Great rivalry of two iconic programs with the hopes for a special season. The Titans host the Stanford Cardinal next on ESPN+. Beautiful, gorgeous Goodwin Field here Sunday afternoon. Tough to beat for weather across the country at this point of the college baseball season. Really, almost any point of the college baseball season. Temperature in the mid-60s, wind is breezing out to center field. Doesn't get a whole lot better than this. Evan Yates on the bump for the Titans. He'll be opposed by Nick Dugan. With Jonathan Rifkin, I'm Mike Martinez here for Game 3 as the Titans try to win the series from Stanford. Probably not a lot of people expected the Titans to win this series. But they have a chance to do it here.
Yeah, I would say maybe the fans did. I mean, they have shown out each and every game of this series. We talked about on Friday night how this was a much anticipated season for Cal State Fullerton, trying to win the conference for the first time since 2018. And the only way you can really bring that excitement into conference play is by taking the preseason series. And when you host the number 3 ranked team in the nation, you play with something to prove. And right now, the Titans with an opportunity to steal the weekend series against Stanford.
Let's take a look at the matchup, the pitching matchup brought to you by Brewery X. As it is freshman Nick Dugan against Titans sophomore Evan Yates. Yates was 3-3 last year, and Stanford, we're going to find out about Nick Dugan here today. He's a freshman out of Eureka. And let's introduce the Stanford starting lineup. Left fielder Eddie Park again at the top. Tommy Troy at third base. Carter Graham at first. Braden Montgomery in right field. Malcolm Moore is in right field. The DH Malcolm Moore in the fifth spot. Drew Bowser at second. Saborn Campbell back in there at center. Charlie Som will catch. And Owen Cobb at shortstop.
Yeah, this is the 1 through 9 that we saw on Friday night, Mike, and Friday night where Stanford struggled offensively until sort of the middle back end of the game. They only put up 1 run in the first 5 innings, and that was all in the first inning. That was the home run by the freshman. And so you got to wonder, maybe in a better opportunity here on a Sunday afternoon.
Just a couple of minutes after 1 o'clock, we get started here this afternoon. Titans won Game 1. As Jonathan mentioned, 8-1 Titans, and Stanford came back in Game 2, 7-5, holding on. Needed a diving catch at shortstop by Owen Cobb to seal the victory when the Titans had loaded the bases in the bottom of the 9th inning. So Park leads off 3 for 9 in the series. Tommy Troy on deck 2 for 8, and Carter Graham has not had a hit. 4 pitches in, a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Evan Yates, 3-3 last year for the Titans. He came on and eventually was a starter every week in the Big West Conference season, and he split 6 decisions. He had some pretty good starts. He was normally a 4-5 inning guy, and on his better starts, he could hold teams to 1 or 2 runs, and on the rougher starts, maybe it's 4 or 5 runs. And Eddie Park walks on 5 pitches.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a small ball approach here early for Stanford. We saw it towards the back end last night for Cal State Fullerton. We saw it all game on Friday. How do you win these games when you have 2 teams on a Sunday afternoon with pitchers who are not totally recognizable, I would say, on the mound in these situations? Well, you gotta rely on your bats, and we'll see what Evan Yates has in store. Remember, it was going to be Finn Chester, had Finn knock on Friday night, so for Evan Yates, a late opportunity, to get into the game here and start things out on a Sunday.
He's a weekend starter here to start the 2023 season for the Titans, a true sophomore from King High School in Riverside, pitching on Tommy Troy, who had a home run yesterday, one of his 2 hits this series. Troy took an 0 for 4 on Friday night. And Stanford hit 3 home runs in that 5 o'clock hour when it was still kind of daytime conditions. Jumped on a couple of fat pitches from Trevor Hinkle and banged down 3 home runs. Troy a chopper and takes the count to 1-2.
And obviously for a righty-heavy lineup, the wind going out to right field might actually play to the favor of the Titans on the defensive side. Those balls to left field are going to hang. The balls to center will drift out to the right. So with a righty-heavy lineup, the wind could play a part of the defense here for Cal State Fullerton early on.
1 ball and 2 strikes, and Yates picks over. Some of the numbers on Evan Yates last year: 7.8 strikeouts per 9, His ERA was over 5. Pitched 49 innings last year. Started 10. Pitched in 17 games. 1-2 pitch. Breaking pitch hit in the air to right center. Tagged that one pretty good, and Tommy Troy hits it all the way to the gap and the right center fence. The Titans dig it off the bottom of the fence. Not going to stop Eddie Park from scoring. They'll try to throw into third, but Tommy Troy slides in with a triple.
That ball wasn't just tagged, that ball was belted out there. I mean, we talked about the wind drifting out to the right. That ball had sort of a backdoor action to it. Hot off the bat into the deep part of right center field. Guzman and Nankel just didn't have the legs to either cut it off or get to it at the wall to limit it to a double. And here's Stanford. That is a perfect way to start this Sunday. A walk and a triple to get to the Sunday starter, Evan Yates, early.
First two guys net them 1 run. Carter Graham 0 for 8, but with contact he can drive in a run here. Man at third and nobody out. Titans shift around to play him to the pull side on the infield. Tommy Troy's third hit of the series. 3 RBI for Tommy Troy. He's at third with Yates pitching out of the stretch. And a pitch down for ball 2. Figures that this lineup for Stanford might hit the ball well. You know, will the wind help the Titan? Will it keep it in the park if it kind of shifts over? But the daytime conditions would typically favor Stanford, typically help them out. There's one hit to left center. Away back, out of the park. Carter Graham gets off the schneid here on Sunday afternoon with a 2-run homer. Nobody out in the first inning, 3-0 Stanford.
You know, if you were going to evaluate the best way to get your first hit of the season, Mike, I would probably say a left center field shot out of the park is the way that you want to get it done. Carter Graham searching for some momentum, 0 for 9 coming into the game. And welcome to the 2023 season, Mr. Graham.
Welcome to the party. He's not the only one. I think Tommy Troy's first hit was a homer yesterday.
On Friday, Malcolm Moore, the freshman, his first major league at bat was a home run.
That's right, him too. Yeah. Braden Montgomery, same thing in the second inning. His first hit was a home run.
And by the way, wind doesn't matter when you have the power that Carter Graham had. He shot that one into the headwind. It did not matter.
Launched it. There was one yesterday, I can't remember which home run it was of the 3, that cleared the signage netting, kind of bounced over to the Arboretum parking lot. And Stanford has 4 home runs this weekend now. They hit all 3 of the home runs that they hit. They hit them early. When the nighttime conditions finally settled in, they didn't hit anymore. But they adjusted and went singles approach, more or less.
And that's the thing we haven't really seen from the Titans offense. We'll get more into this in the bottom half, but they haven't really been hitting for a ton of power. It's been more of the small ball approach for them to get runs across the plate.
Sophomore right fielder Braden Montgomery here batting cleanup in a 2-2 count now.
Yeah, and Braden's somebody who is going to hit very well in the Pac-12. You got baseball parks at altitude. You got sort of shallow right field fences up there in Eugene and Corvallis and Washington. So for a lefty, with the power that he has, I think that you're going to see a very high slugging percentage come conference play.
Swings on a slider and fouls it off. 3-2 on Montgomery. He had a big night last night. Titans did not stop him. Finally, at the end, they intentionally walked him, but he was on base all 5 times, including the first 4 before that intentional walk. Single home run, single walk, intentional walk. Pulls that one foul.
Yates hitting 91 on the gun, by the way. We did establish that the gun is about miles slower.
Maybe a little bit, maybe 1 or 2 ticks slower, but I think it's pretty close this year. I mean, the Stanford guys, I thought 93, 94, one of them 96. It might have been closer than I originally thought, but yeah, if anything, maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, Montgomery was anticipating another 91 mile an hour fastball right there. He was ahead of an 84 mile an hour off speeder that was hit very hard but very foul.
3-0 Stanford here in the first inning. Still with nobody out, but the base is clear. Takes inside, a fastball missed. And the fourth straight guy is on base.
Yeah, Stanford's been seeing the scores from some of their Pac-12 proponents. UCLA beat Omaha 23-0 yesterday after a 21-1 win on Friday. Obviously, Arizona lost, but some of these games have been so high scoring. I think Stanford wants to show that their offense is part of the action. Now, I would say Fullerton is a much more formidable opponent than Omaha, but still.
Washington State playing in Arizona yesterday scored 17 against UCR and 22, I think it was, against Villanova. You know, those spring training conditions down in Arizona, very thin air. Jason Diedrich got to talk to Evan Yates right now.
Yeah, it's just time to settle in, right? You walk the first batter, and that immediately changes your mentality. Then you give up the triple, then a home run, and then another walk, sort of the sandwich between the first and the fourth batters. It's a tough way to start for Evan Yates. Remember, it's the first Sunday of the season. You're facing the third-ranked team in the nation. 6 of these guys are preseason All-American and Golden Spikes watch listers. So this is not the easiest position to be in as a young pitcher in the opening weekend.
Last year, his first appearance on the college level was 2/3 of an inning in Game 3 at Stanford. 2 hits, wasn't charged to run. Now faces Malcolm Moore. 2 for 9 this series, a home run. Freshman out of Sacramento, caught yesterday, DH'd on Friday.
Yeah, and they flipped him in the lineup. He's batting 5th now rather than 6th. Push Drew Bowser down the spot.
Still with nobody out in the inning. And an off-speed pitch outside for ball 2.
Yeah, middle infield has to be ready. I anticipate Yates will try to go secondary pitches mostly here, try to get something on the ground out towards Naviak at short or Maddox over at second.
And that's it in the air down the left field line. That's going to be a long run for Colby Wallace. Doesn't have to worry about it because it bounces foul into the Titan bullpen. And there is action down there for the Titans. Titans with the glove, Cole Ehrman, Caden Connor, Maddox Lata, JT Naviak, Zach Lou around the infield.
Yeah, Aaron Peterson jogging out there, Mike, the freshman from Sierra Madre.
Would be his first appearance if he gets in. Colby Wallace, Moises Guzman, Nate Nankill. Titans have played the same defensive lineup all 3 games now. And really only Carter White got off the bench for anybody in the field yesterday. Played in center after pinch hitting. 2 balls and a strike. Have to be careful here with Malcolm Moore. He'll be hunting a fastball here for sure. Yates straightens up. Runner at first is Montgomery. And they'll check on him again. Stanford may or may not be a team that's going to steal a lot of bases. Montgomery's going to draw some attention because he moves pretty well. We've seen him move well on the bases and in the outfield. 3 to zip. Stanford on top here. And for the first time this weekend, they've scored first. Here comes that 2-1 pitch to Moore. And Yates able to ride in the fastball enough to have him foul it out of play.
Yeah, 2-2 count, runner on first. You're probably going to go with the fastball. Try to keep it sort of in that lower outer part of the zone. Hope that you can catch Moore extending. Moore is very good. Something I've been impressed by, obviously the home run to open up his collegiate career, but just his ability to stay alive in these at-bats. That's not easy as a young freshman. And his contact prowess is certainly abundant.
Lots of a couple 11 o'clock start. Mostly 1 o'clock starts for teams around the Big West. UC San Diego, Tennessee, and Phoenix. Riverside and Washington State and Peoria, Arizona. And Santa Barbara's going to play a 4 o'clock game in Arizona. 3 Big West teams went to Arizona this week. Breaking ball hit in the air to left. It's slicing over to Wallace. Really slices on him. He slides in, makes the catch.
Boy, that was quite the route to take for Colby Wallace. And we talk about the headwind. I think he was anticipating that ball would actually move further out towards him, but the wind carried it towards his left. He had to make a quick adjustment on that route to the ball. Got the pants a little bit dirty, but you'll take it for the out.
Colby Wallace with one of the best Titan catches of the weekend. And really an important first out for Evan Yates, bringing up Drew Bowser. 3 for 9 this weekend, a double and a homer. Takes a spinner that stays up and in for ball 1. Bowser with 3 hits. All 3 were last night. Started his season first hit with a homer, then a double and a single. So a triple short of the cycle. Yates is 1-0. Breaking ball down and away, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, he goes curveball slider to start out this at-bat. 77-mile-an-hour curveball, 82-mile-an-hour slider. That opens up the pitching repertoire. The problem is you're behind in the count, so you're probably going to go with the heater here to try and get a strike up on the board.
Yates is 2-0. Tries to hunt the corner with a fastball and falls behind further in the count. 3 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, Ehrman tried to steal a strike for him, but umpire didn't bite.
6th spot in the order for Stanford. Saborn Campbell is the on-deck hitter, the center fielder. Park walks. Troy tripled him in. Graham homered in 2. Montgomery walks. And Moore line to left. Now Bowser walks on 4 pitches. One more visit, and the Titans will have to bring a hook for Evan Yates, as the inning not showing great signs of getting a whole lot better, but he's going to work on 7 and 8 now, and hopefully that helps things out. Campbell didn't play yesterday. He was 0 for 3 on Friday.
Yeah, and right now, if you're Evan Yates, obviously the Colby Wallace catch gives you a bit of confidence with the defense behind you. Forget about the runners on and just pitch this at bat.
Starts Campbell off with a fastball, and Campbell sees that come through for a strike.
Yeah, because you've established that you're walking guys, 3 walks in the inning, these players are going to start taking you on Stanford, so you can attack the zone a little bit more.
With 1 out, still hoping for a ground ball. 1 strike pitch and a fastball down. Back pick to first. Close, but not in time on Bowser. Dietrich wants to come out and argue that.
Throw the challenge flag, coach.
Sean Allen is our home plate, or our first base umpire.
And I mean, he was on top of that play. We didn't have a good angle up here. Dietrich certainly didn't have the same angle in the dugout, so the throw was certainly in time. Drew Bowser had to double back, but maybe the tag didn't get down. Maybe you get a hand in there. There are all sorts of ways as a base runner to maneuver your way around the out.
One of those plays that typically goes the base runner's way because the umpire's right there. He's looking for real specific, it's not just the ball and the glove going to beat him. He's looking for the tag to be on the base runner, and usually a hand sneaks in there.
And sometimes as a coach, you're not out there to argue the call. You just want an explanation. If it's satisfactory enough, then you're fine, and I think that's exactly the conversation that happened there on the third base line.
Count is 1-1 on Saborn Campbell. Yates a couple of looks back at second. And deals, and it goes through to the backstop, through Cole Ehrman. Slider was way outside and kind of pulled, and Ehrman couldn't get over and stop it. Runners advance second and third.
Did get a strike out of it, though. They're saying that Campbell crossed the plane. So this does eliminate the double play threat, Mike. And with Yates ahead in the count, I think you just keep attacking.
One and two on Campbell. There's the big breaking ball for the strike, swinging, and gets his second out. And that's how you have to do it. You have to get ahead. But some of these guys, they felt like they had to pitch backwards, fell behind into good hitters counts. Charlie Somp coming up now with 2 out, 2 on.
That was a 75-mile-an-hour changeup. And Campbell was expecting something fast. Didn't get his wish. And if you're Yates, that allows you to settle in here for hopefully your final out of the inning.
Yates doing a better job here as the inning's gone on to keep the ball down. Obviously throwing some breaking pitches, some sliders.
Yeah, you get to the 8th batter, you have some sample size.
When first and second. When it was first and second, we're talking about a double play. You got to get the ball down to get a double play. 0-1 on Charlie Somm. Strike two.
Sort of late break there on the slider. So we've seen a 75-mile-an-hour changeup, a 77-mile-an-hour curveball, an 82-mile-an-hour slider, and a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. 4-pitch repertoire for young Evan Yates is struggling to find the zone this inning.
Strike three. He's got 2 strikeouts to end the inning and strands 2. Stanford gets 3 in the first, and here come the Titans against freshman Nick Dugan. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin from Goodwin Field. Time to look at the Titan lineup. Caden Connor at first base, Nate Nankill in right field, Zach Liu at third. Kobe Wallace is up, batting in the cleanup spot again. Cole Ehrman, catcher. Moises Guzman in second. Maddox Lata and JT Naviak round out the order. Connor, 3 hits in the series. You look kind of first 3 or 4 guys, maybe almost down to the 5th guy. 3-4 hits for all of them. As the Titans have been able to total hits, and on Friday, 8 runs on 13 hits. Yesterday, 5 runs on 7 hits. And Nick Dugan into a windup and delivers a fastball that comes in 91 miles an hour for strike 1.
Yeah, interesting profile here on Nick Dugan, a freshman out of high school last year from Eureka
in California.
And we know the talent that California possesses at the high school level. So it's saying something.
He's not a super big frame guy. He's only 6 feet and 198. So it's not your, for a 7th right pitcher, that's pretty good. 1-1, off-speed pitch gets Caden Connor.
And it's his stuff. He has that bite on his off-speed pitches that really make things difficult on the batters.
3-0 Stanford as we're seeing the Titans bat for the first time. For 8 in the series. And down 1-2. Reaches out and taps one. Stay alive. Connor, Nankill, Zach Liu, Kobe Wallace, Cole Ehrman the catcher, Moises Guzman, Bobo the DH, Lata and Naviak. Full side shift on for the Stanford Cardinal defense. And here's the next one, a breaking pitch down.
That was a beautiful breaking pitch, just couldn't keep it in the zone. And a great job by Connor to lay off. I expect to see a lot of from the Titans. We've seen it all weekend long. It seems the precedent has been set from Coach Diedrich's squad.
Yesterday for the Titan batters, 12 walks, 10 strikeouts. Connor goes the other way. The outfielder in left played to the left field line, so Park barely had to move, and is there for the catch. So infield had a shift on to the full side. Left fielder was going the other way, though.
Well, and I think that was the adjustment for Connor. He was trying to stay late to try and get it against too much under. It allowed Eddie Park just to take one glance out to his right and make the catch.
Nate Nankill swinging a good bat this weekend. Swings and fouls off the first one. 1 for 4 last night, 3 for 4 on Friday. So Nankill is the guy with 4 hits, most on the Titans so far this weekend, batting .500 with a double and an RBI. Hits one on the button. Base hit, line drive into center field.
Look, you just need a spark. 3 runs in the first inning, not ideal on but this is an offense that's been potent. This is an offense that's been getting to the best of the best at the first half. Right, Quinn Matthews, one of the best pitchers coming into the season in the nation, or anticipated to be in the nation, and the Titans were able to get him out in 4. So the offense has shown their potency through the first 2 games, and they're going to try and continue off that momentum here on a Sunday.
Zach Liu, the third batter again, takes a fastball for strike 1. one of those things that you look at 3 runs and, oh, well, the Titans, can they? Yeah, certainly a lot of time to do just that. But you obviously want to start early.
And obviously there's some offensive momentum now that Stanford has, right? So, yes, they're down by 3 runs in the first inning, but there's 8 more innings of offense for Stanford. And you know they're looking to continue to run up that total.
Nothing in 1. And, you know, going back through all these years that the Titans played at this extremely high level, you'd early and keep working on them until the dam broke. And it did break on Friday night when the Titans scored 5 in the 7th. Stanford's used a few arms in the bullpen, 7 out of the bullpen over the first 2 nights. And the guys yesterday all made at least 30 pitches, the 3 guys out of the pen. And on Friday, we might see some of those guys again today if they thought they could be effective on Sunday, because some of them weren't necessarily that effective on Friday. Here's 1-2 count, and now it's 2-2.
Here's the other thing, Mike. If you're going to give up early runs, it's better to do it on a Sunday than on a Friday or Saturday, because the Titans still have arms that they can use. Obviously, the midweek matchup against Tulane looming on Tuesday, but they haven't really gone too deep into their bullpen.
Zach Lou over Tommy Troy's outstretched glove, but foul down the line.
Just a little too early on that one. Dugan took something off. Lou had a great turn on it, but just tagged it a little too early to even.
That would have set Nantkill off and running and probably would have scored him.
Oh, if that was buried in the corner, absolutely.
2-2, breaking pitch hit on the ground in the hole. Tough backhand for Cobb. Can't really get it out of his hand to throw it. Just another tough one. That's more reminiscent of Friday. And Lou beats it out for an infield single.
Yeah, Owen Cobb had to go so far out to his right. That ball a hit on that. And again, look, you get a 2-pitch flyout to open up the inning in the bottom of the first by Caden Connor, but Nate Nantkill small ball single, Zach Lou small ball single, and all of a sudden you have the tying run coming to the plate.
In the daytime conditions here.
And it's a lefty with the wind going out towards right field, which plays to your favor.
3-0 Stanford here in the bottom of the first inning. And Wallace was ahead of that one and fouls it off.
Yeah, Colby Wallace trying to elevate based on that great catch he had in left field in the top half of the inning. Gives yourself a bit of confidence coming into this at-bat.
Because he got thrown a changeup on the first one. He was late to the fastball on the second one. Good pitching by Stanford. Count is 0-2.
And obviously the comfortability that he had even coming into the series. Played at Washington last year, obviously struggled when he played Stanford. But again, when you see those uniforms, see, I've been here before. Make the adjustments and have a great series.
Another off-speed pitch, and he hits that one up in the air. It's going to land foul now on the left field side. Pretty good bat control by Colby Wallace, because he was out in front there once again on an off-speed pitch and was able to keep the bat in the zone long enough to reach out and give a foul off. Otherwise, he would have struck out there.
Yeah, right now, contact is the name of the game. If you're Cal State Fullerton, make Dugan work. It's his first collegiate start, his first collegiate appearance, and you want to try and rattle his nerves just a little bit early on, especially when you're playing down.
Wallace swings and fouls it off again. This time into the Titan bullpen.
Dugan is just going off speed after off speed here, and Wallace has yet to adjust. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something fast. 0-2, back-to-back change-ups.
3 total change-ups in 4 pitches in the at-bat. Next one on Wallace, trying to jam him up with a fastball. His hardest fastball yet, maybe. 93 miles an hour. And fouled off.
And if we are thinking the gun is a mile an hour or 2 miles an hour slow, I mean, that's mid-90s. Pretty good looks for the freshman.
Yeah, so that makes me think now that maybe it's up closer to a true reading.
Yeah, I would agree.
In the dirt, a good stop by Som. And the Stanford catching has had a lot of balls in the dirt and not necessarily had great success. But the Titans have been opportunistic in taking extra bases this weekend.
Got to play aggressive. If you're not hitting the ball hard and out of the park and you're relying on this small ball offense, you have to be aggressive on the base paths.
1-2 on Colby Wallace with 1 out. He's the tying run here in the first inning. Takes a fastball up, and the count is even.
Oh, that is juicy. I swing at high fastballs anytime I see them, and MLB The Show, but Colby Wallace doing a good job staving off here, bringing that count up to even.
Colby Wallace, 6'4", sophomore, originally from Orange County and a transfer from Washington. He came back to the off speed, and he fouls it off just barely to stay alive. Again, that's a good at-bat and a good kind of wave at a changeup where he was out in front and still got a piece of it.
Seems like our 2-pitch repertoire right now for Dugan, a fastball and a changeup. Haven't seen anything more than that.
Try to get him to chase a changeup outside.
And he thought it was ball 4. Started to step out of the box and realized, wait, I have a full count up on the board.
Yeah, he's been up there a few pitches now. And the full count pitch. Low and inside. Came back off speed, and Colby Wallace let it go by for ball 4. That's a really good take and a really good at-bat for Colby Wallace.
Quality. Fight off the tough pitches. Force Dugan to pitch defensively, if you will, and take advantage.
Sometimes we think a good at-bat is like, oh, a guy fouled off a lot of pitches. Well, maybe he fouled off fastballs that he should have been hitting in play. In this case, these were good changeups. They kept coming back with a changeup. He kept kind of being out in front, had to foul him off, and then he let it, probably a good changeup there, go, and was able to see that it was going to be outside the zone.
You know what I really like too? When you're a cleanup batter, sometimes your mindset is, oh, I have to hit a ball hard, I have to hit it fast, I have to make sure that I put this ball in play. Colby Wallace didn't have that mindset. A lot of times you see, homer or strikeout batters where it's sort of all or nothing, and Colby Wallace, that's not his perspective here in the cleanup spot. It's like, I'm just going to get on base and try and give my team as much momentum as possible.
And he's the tying run on base at first here in the bottom of the first. Cole Ehrman takes strike 1, a battle of the 25s. Ehrman on Friday night was 1 for 4. Last night, the same, 1 for 4. Takes a look at the first fastball of the at-bat, and it's ball 1 high.
And we saw Ehrman sort of poke one through second base back on Friday. I think this would be a good approach for him, though he does take one down the foul line towards left field. Because if you can get opposite on a sort of a quick single, you can get both runs in.
Titans will certainly take 2 here, still early in the first with 1 out. Just trying to stay out of a double play. That's a breaking pitch, and that's swung on and missed by Cole Ehrman, and he is down on strikes. So the hammer comes down from Nick Dugan, and he strikes out his counterpart in 25. So Dugan showing that he could work in a third pitch in there.
Yeah, it was the first time we've really seen the curveball. He pulled it out at the right time. Ehrman may be expecting the changeup, slow release off the shoulder, but couldn't catch up to it.
Comes back off speed on Moises Guzman to start the at-bat. So he's really comfortable with that changeup to start at-bats.
Just that late bite to it. Sort of feels sort of like that hybrid of a sinker and a changeup. Looks a bit faster off the mound there, but that late break makes it really tough.
1 strike pitch on Guzman, stays up. Charlie Som is catching. Carter Graham, Drew Bowser, Owen Cobb, Tommy Troy, your Stanford infielders, Eddie Park, Saborn Campbell, and Braden Montgomery in the outfield. 3-zip Stanford. Hard pitch, down in the zone, a check swing by Guzman, no swing, and it's ball 2. Gets him to a hitter's count. tough thing about change of pitchers. When you're in a hitter's count, you're not necessarily always in a hitter's count, because they might throw you that changeup that they love in a hitter's count and get the count bats even. But a fastball here, and Guzman into left field towards the line. Nankiel is in, Lou is in, and the Titans get 2 here in the first inning. Trail it 3-2. 3 hits in the inning for the Titans.
That's the thing about these long at-bats, Mike. Eventually the freshman will make a mistake, and you have to find a way to capitalize. Guzman waited, got the pitch he was looking for in the zone, tagged it out to shallow left field. Park had no play on it but to go to second, 2 come around, and all of a sudden it's a 1-run ball game here in the bottom of the first inning. Tyne run at second, go ahead, run at first.
Didn't even seem like Guzman got great barrel on it, not by the sound of it, but he kind of got around so early on it, and he muscled it into left towards the line to drop it in. Brendan Bobo fouls away the first pitch.
And Bobo's the guy that you want to see get going here on a Sunday. He's your power hitter. Somebody who's struggled so far in the series. But he can be a lightning rod if he gets hot.
Check swing.
Barely.
1-1 the count on Brendan Bobo. Back pick to second. Wallace is back on the back standing. Moises Guzman, his second base hit of the series, and both his hits this weekend are worth 2 runs. Had a 2-run base hit on Friday night in that big rally for the Titans in the 7th inning.
And it's all just patient at bats, Mike. That's key here for the Titans, especially against a team with the prestige of Stanford.
Off-speed pitch, and the Titans have an eye for that now. Brendan Bobo doesn't swing and lets it fall at the table out of the zone.
Yeah, I'm worried that Dugan may have played his cards a little too early here. Sometimes teams, they see enough of your stuff, especially early, but can find ways to adjust.
Bobo gets on a fastball and launches it to deep center, straight away center. Campbell watching it go out.
Oh boy, Nick Dugan leaves it right down Main Street. And Brendan Bobo decides to go Broadway show watching as he launches that one well over the center field batter's eye. That is not easy. And Brendan Bobo says bye-bye.
Goodwin Field, a huge crowd here on Sunday, just exploded there. The Titans explode into the lead, 5-3, a 5-run first inning. You're right, Jonathan, on Friday, talking about, well, you're not, just get to Sunday with a series split. Get one of the first 2, and you don't know what's going to happen on Sunday. Anything could happen on Sunday.
And it was the confidence that you saw from the offense against Quinn Matthews. You have one of the best pitchers coming into the season, one of the guys that you're expecting to be a Pac-12 first-teamer. He was an honorable or third-teamer last year, but you got him in 4 innings. That shows the potency of this offense. It carried in yesterday. The pitching just didn't help. And here this afternoon now, it's the offense, and you saw that, by the way, the wind shifted from dead right out to center, and that certainly helps when you're Brendan Bobo going straight off the barrel, and that might be it for the young freshman.
Yeah, they got some stuff behind him in the bullpen. Thomas Eager out for the second time. This is second mound visit this inning, and so that's it for Nick Dugan. Does not last long. Got 2 outs, and we thought Evan Yates had a rough first inning, with the Stanford bats coming alive. Titan bats coming alive for 5, and they lead it here in the first inning. New Stanford pitcher here, Ty Uber. Time to look at Stanford's defensive lineup. And same way as it was on Friday night against Warren Campbell in center field, Eddie Park in left field. That's really the only position that's changed all weekend for Stanford. Also, the catcher is back to the same on Friday.
Yeah, and if you're Uber now, it's just get out of the inning, try to get your offense back up. You saw Stanford able to score a trio of runs in the top of the first. You know they're probably hoping for more, and it's sort of the same approach now for Stanford that it was for Cal State Fullerton coming into this inning, Mike. It's a long ball game. There's 8 more innings to go, and maybe a couple more arms to be used. So rely on your offense. Who knows? Maybe we'll see something like that Oregon State UCLA game last year in the Super Regional. 25-22.
Pac-12 tournament.
And good thing this game started at 1 because I'm ready for a 5-hour ball game.
Speak for yourself, Jonathan. Evan Yates, well, we might get that, though. I mean, we're looking at 4 hours here. The first inning, Evan Yates, 37 pitches. Nick Dugan, 36 pitches, didn't get out of the first.
And we're about 45 minutes in.
Maddox Lata, nobody on base. The base is cleared for the Titans and 2 out. He tries to bunt for a hit. You're looking at somebody in the bullpen going to have to come up big to really get 2 or 3 scoreless innings.
You wonder if Ty Francis might be available for a couple. Not Ty Francis, excuse me. I don't know why that was going through my head. Finchester, if he's available for the Titans. Get a couple innings out of him today. Saw him pitch really well on Friday.
Yeah, maybe could be 1. Probably not more than maybe just a couple, but maybe towards the end of the game, maybe it's a thought.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get two quick shutout innings and limit his pitch count to 25, 26 pitches, I think that might be
80 pitches for the weekend.
Yeah, in the card.
He was 62 pitches on Friday. 1 ball and 1 strike. He also, for 62 pitches, they always talk about the stress innings.
Yep.
He was not terribly stressed on Friday.
Now you're playing with a lead when he was in, and
then they blew it open.
Yeah.
The last couple innings were pretty easy.
Yeah, it wasn't terribly challenged.
Big crowd here, Goodwin. Man, the crowd noise was unbelievable on the Bobo home run. With the wind behind it, it cleared the batter's eye, as Jonathan mentioned. 3-1 on Maddox Lata. Ty Uber, 6'4" sophomore from Cameron Park. Out of a windup. And Lata swings and hits through the middle, base hit into center. The Titans' 4th hit of the inning. 5th hit of the inning. The 4th hit was the Bobo. I counted that as 2. You know? I counted the Bobo.
Wait, that means it would be their 6th hit.
Okay, well,
it's Sunday. You're supposed to take the weekend off for math, Mike.
yeah, I'm gonna have to.
I take every day off for math. But I mean, 9 batters now in. JT Naviak digging up.
Giants bat all the way through their order. Naviak swings and pops up first base line. And here comes Carter Graham off the bag to catch it. And that's that for Stanford here for the Titans. As the Titans come back and grab the lead. A 3 spot answered by a 5 spot. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin, 5-3 the Titans after 1 inning in Game 3. And Evan Yates, now he can try to just get back to business and see if he can settle down 2nd inning. Facing Owen Cobb, who tries to launch. First pitch, left center field, Guzman and Wallace for the Titans. And Guzman beats him to it and makes the catch.
Fielder number 22, Eddie Park.
You know what's interesting? If you're Evan Yates, you probably feel like a new man right now, right? You came out of the last inning trailing 3-0. All of a sudden, in the 2nd inning, you're up by 2. You could settle in and try to bring that confidence back.
Hits some contact, just a little bit.
Yeah, why not?
You don't want to keep it out of those real fat parts of the zone. He was able to get caught to get underneath it.
But the Titans defense has also been so consistent this weekend. You have the confidence knowing that you have your fielders to back you up. We saw that Colby Wallace diving catch earlier in the 1st inning, so you don't have to be worried about striking guys out. Just be worried about making the outs.
For Stanford, it was 3 runs on 2 hits. They hit a homer. Their 4th of the weekend. Bobo's home run was the first Titan home run of the season. 3 balls and no strikes on Eddie Park. He walked in the 1st inning. So Yates would like not to repeat that. 37 pitch inning in the 1st for Yates. Goes back with a strike.
You know, his stretch is pretty quick. And I'm wondering if he could find a way to find the zone consistently, how much that'll throw batters off, because they don't have a ton of time to react based on whatever pitch he throws.
In the air to left center again. Guzman again moving over. Titans had a pretty big shift onto the outfield the other way against Eddie Park, and he goes after a 3-1 pitch and flies out.
And now all of a sudden, 2 up, 2 down here for Yates after facing 8 batters. But he ended the first inning with 2 strikeouts. That's another key here. You end the first inning with a couple of strikeouts. You come back out on the mound. Your team is winning. It's a brand new ball game for the young righty.
Switches fast. The first 4 guys reached, and now he's retired 4 straight and 5 out of the last 6. And Tommy Troy up, triple the other way into right center. Scored a run in the first. Yates trying to settle him down. 1 ball and 1 strike. Inside and on a check swing. Looked like it hit the bat handles. That's going to be a foul ball, and Yates will get...
Steal a strike.
Steal a strike. Yeah, basically you're right. Steals a strike.
And over there at second, Maddox Lotza has his heels right back on the grass. And he shifted out towards first base. That middle is wide open if Troy can get a handle.
Yates is breaking pitch down, and the count runs to 2-2. Stanford and the Titans. One of the great traditional West Coast baseball rivalries. Lots of series and lots of postseason matchups through the years and decades, really.
Yeah, this is the 10th series between these two teams since the year 2000. I was 3 years old at that time. And the Titans looking for their 4th series win during that span. Stanford 6-3.
Goodwin Field was only 8 years old then. And now Goodwin's already 30 years old. Wow. 3-2, and that was outside. Goes to the backstop. Tommy Troy took a look back to see if he should take a big turnaround first. He'll hold with a 2-out walk. 2000 was the year the Titans started to host regionals, because Goodwin, as it is now, wasn't quite fit up to that point yet. 2000 opened in 92, but still another few years before everything was put into where they could host regionals.
And it speaks to the quality of this program. I mean, now Goodwin is sort of the envy of the baseball world at times.
For a good 10 years after that, it was always a Titan regional, a Fullerton regional, and TV was here to cover it. In the dirt, and Ehrman can't handle that. Advances Tommy Troy to second base.
4 walks given up by Evan Yates. And that was the second wild pitch, allowing an advancement out there on the base paths for the Cardinal.
Gives an RBI chance to Carter Graham, who got his first hit of the season in the first, launched a home run. And Lee's looking for an RBI as Stanford trails 5-3 here in the second inning. And a stabbing effort by Ehrman to save that one.
And he overextended on that fastball. Instead of coming up over the shoulder, he sort of went across the shoulder, and with the late release, that ball had no chance of hitting the zone.
Yates gives his look back to second and comes 2-0. And goes another one in the dirt, and that advances Troy down to third.
And the last thing you need, especially with 2 outs, is to give free opportunities here to Stanford. You're playing with the lead. You want to pitch for contact, trust those fielders. You keep burying these pitches, and all of a sudden Stanford has a runner 90 feet away from scoring.
Carter Graham still looking for a base hit, but now you have to also worry about a ball to the backstop that's going to score this run. Carter Graham takes another breaking pitch, and it's in the dirt, and he'll walk. So he's on base 2 straight times now. Here comes Jason Dietrich. So we'll see if this is going to be all for Evan Yates.
And 5 walks here through a third, or 1 2/3. See, math is hard.
Told you.
Don't I know it? But, you know, I think you try to let him get out of this inning. It does help if you have the lead. If you're playing from behind right now and this was the situation, maybe you motion out. But first conversation, settle in, try to get this out. Braden Montgomery, obviously a very tough out. Nope, I'm going to stop right there because Evan Yates' afternoon is over.
Evan Yates going to get stopped here at 53 pitches. Can't quite get out of the second inning. Walks the last two guys, got the first two out, but then walked the next two. And we have a timeout, 5-3 the Titans in the second. Looks like it's going to be a bullpen type day here at Goodwin Field, with the Titans going to the pen here in the second. Stanford already dipping into their pen in the first. Jason Blood, number 22 JUCO transfer by D1 Baseball, coming to the Titans from Golden West, and he makes his first Titan appearance here on Sunday against Stanford.
You want to know what his blood type is? It's K positive. He had 79 strikeouts last year at Golden West College, Mike, and that all came in just 65 2/3 innings pitched, so well over a strikeout in an inning, and he was a first-team All-Orange Empire Conferencer as well, so he comes in with a ton of success in one of the tougher JUCO conferences in the nation.
That was one of your best word plays.
Yeah, I'm proud of that one. I'm not going to lie.
I was like, hey, what is his blood type? Nothing in one. Off-speed pitch on Braden Montgomery. Runners at the corners for Stanford. Those are the Titan runs here, with the Titans up 5-3 in the second. And here's the 0-1 pitch from Blood. Goes back-to-back. Pulls the string twice. 0-2.
Trying to make quick work here of Braden Montgomery.
And that hasn't been easy. Last night was not easy for the Titans. Basically on base now 6 straight times. 3 tripled up on a changeup and strikes him out. 5-3 the Titans in the second.
It's time to announce the luckiest fans in the stadium.
5-3 Titans. They'll take the reps here in the bottom of the second against Ty Uber.
How great of a story would it be if Ty Uber was an Uber driver before they found him as a pitcher?
Right?
Unfortunately, he was a prized baseball player back in his high school days. Maybe not unfortunately, but more formidable story.
You know, the Titans want to get home against Uber. Well, I don't know, that doesn't play. But I think we should try to, with these two pitchers, Blood and
Uber. Don't spill blood in my Uber, Mike.
We got to try to come up with some word plays. And the less funnier, the better.
Oh, this is Dad Joke City.
Yes.
We got a whole season of this.
Yeah.
Settle in, folks. Send us your best dad jokes. Maybe that's what we do. We get a hashtag. We have people tweet at us. We get a giveaway going.
Especially on a Sunday. Caden Connor swings on off-speed pitch and strikes out. Starting the second.
I have one for you, but I'm going to save it until maybe it happens. Caden Connor's had an interesting approach because it seems as though he's really looking to try and make early contact in these at-bats. The rest of the lineup has been very patient, with the exception of JT Naviak swinging at the first pitch, but when you're going against now what is a bullpen arm in inning number 2, you want him to eat as much pitches as possible. You don't really want to make these at-bats as quick and give Stanford opportunities to get back up offensively.
Nate Nankiel up. He's had a couple balls right on the button. Launched a double early in the Friday game. His base hit in the first inning today was hit right on the screws. So it looks like he's going to swing a good bat this year. 3 balls and no strikes. I think Stanford has a lot of things to work out this year. It's not looking like an Omaha team, at least right at the start.
I mean, look, it's tough to tell. I think right now, that's what the preseason's about. The preseason is about working out the kinks, because when you get into conference play, you have to be at your best. And when you play in the Pac-12, it's not easy. Your Arizona's, Washington State stole a couple of games this past weekend. Obviously, UCLA is off. UCLA has their Saturday starters a projected first-round pick.
That's That's like a, Cole Bauer type deal.
Yeah, right. So, when you play in that conference, you have to be ready. If you're Stanford, you got to really work out those kinks right now.
Full count on Nate Nankiel. That breaking ball is right at the letters and hit softly into left center. Base hit for Nate Nankiel.
Nate looks really good. Second hit the ball game. Sort of the rally starter, if you will, right? Caden Connor in the first flew out to left. Nate Nankiel singles, 4 batters later, but he was on third. The Guzman 2 RBI single. And that's what you want when your leadoff batter in the order is struggling. It's up to the number 2 guy to keep the inning going in terms of jump starting that offense, and Nate Nankiel has certainly fit that bill so far.
Nankiel with a hit in every game and 6 hits in the series. Zach Lou is up. Zach Lou had an infield single in the first, part of a 5 spot that the Titans put up. One and one on Zach Lou.
And right now it's all Ty Uber. Nobody warming up for Stanford. Got to try and hold down the fort here. And a shallow lead. I know that Uber's checking Nanko back to first, but with that shallow lead, he's not looking to go anywhere. I don't even think a hit and run's going to be in play with 1 away. So Drew Bowser and Owen Cobb just ready for a grounder out towards their section.
Strike 2 on Zach Lou. Looking back on Ty Uber's year last year when he was a freshman for Stanford, started 10, relieved 8. He was part of a shutout effort opening day against the Titans. One-two pitch. And good stop there by Charlie Somm.
Yeah, Somm recognizing pretty early on during that release that ball was going to be buried. Prematurely slid, kept it in front of him. Nankiel had nowhere to go but back to the base.
And this is another Titan at-bat that's 4 or 5 pitches long. Zach Lou goes down to get one. Golfs it towards Saborn Campbell, moving towards left center. And that's the second out. Nankiel stays at first.
You have the Genesis Open on your mind? You said that one was golfed out to the center.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Everyone's thinking about what Tiger Woods is doing this weekend.
Yeah, he had a really tough Friday, but he bounced back yesterday.
Yeah. Impressive that he could even make a cut.
Yeah.
After that car accident last year.
I mean, you could see the limp is still there prevalent, but he said he's feeling a little bit better than last year. And so far, so good.
Maybe 2 years ago, that car accident.
2 years, yeah.
Was it 2021?
2021 down in Torrance. Well, I guess it's up in Torrance based on where we are, but...
Yeah. Over in Torrance.
Over in Torrance.
I was going through the 26 California schools that play D1 baseball.
Okay.
And I missed a couple. I tried to name them off the top of my head.
Is this last night?
This was coming into the series a couple nights ago.
Okay.
And I got like 23 out of 26. I'm going to give you a chance to try to get as many as possible.
I still have to answer your question from Friday night.
Yeah, the five states that don't play D1 baseball.
When I was driving home, I remembered Wyoming doesn't play in the Mountain West.
Yep, that's another.
Alaska, Wyoming, Vermont, Idaho, I believe don't have.
Yep.
That's 4.
Colby Wallace into center field again towards Campbell. And that's that for the Titans in the second. 5-3 Titans. Third inning coming up. I'll probably end up talking most of this third inning because Jonathan's going to put together his list of the 26 and see if he can at least match me. At least get 20.
I'm locked in right now on my little my homework.
Malcolm Moore leads off for Stanford. Goes after the first pitch. Tops it out, though. A topped-out liner to the Titan right fielder, Nate Mankill.
Second baseman number 2, Drew Bowser.
So Jason Blood starts his first inning for the Titans. Came on and made quick, easy work of Braden Montgomery, all with a changeup to end the top of the second inning. Blood, 6'2", righty, hometown of Buena Park, from Golden West College. Comes sidearm, throws a fastball, a sinker down for ball 1 on Drew Bowser. Bowser walked in the first inning. 6th spot in the Stanford lineup. 1-0 pitch. And got him swinging there. So how you doing this thing? You doing it by conference or by region?
I was going north to south, and then I realized, well, I live in San Diego, so I switched from south to north, and now I'm going by conference. There's no rhyme or reason. Just whatever team comes to my mind.
Off-speed pitch gets a swing and miss. 1-2. So we finally figured out the 5 states that don't have a D1 baseball team. Jonathan, I think, got 3.
I got 4.
You got 4?
Yeah, and Montana was that 5th
Brad
one.
Justice, our facilities guy, got the 5th one, Montana. And 26 is number 1, by the way, in the country.
Yep.
Most D1 baseball teams in the state. The next is Texas. They have 22. 22 D1 baseball teams in the state of Texas. And then we were talking about Marist the other day, because Marist is in Southern California playing USC.
Right.
And they come from New York as Jason Blood strikes out. Drew Bowser, second strikeout for Blood. New York State and North Carolina are tied at 3rd with 18 each. And I was surprised that New York has that many, 18 teams.
See, I'm surprised North Carolina has that many.
You're right.
I almost feel like I can go, because the NEC has like 5 teams in the state of New York.
Swing and a miss. Campbell on a sinker right over the top of it for strike 1.
This is my favorite game, but I'm struggling right now.
Yeah?
See, the problem when you call them as much D2s as I do, I also get, they sort of come together a little bit. Like Humboldt State, nope, that's not one. Cal Poly Pomona, nope, that's not one.
Strike 2 on Campbell. Jason Blood here for the Titans, trying to pitch 1-2-3 against the 5, 6, and 7 hitters for Stanford. See about the check swing, and it's strike 3. Jason Blood, 3 strikeouts, retiring all 4 he's faced. Here come the Titans in the 3rd, 5-3.
Downtown Fullerton, and they'll get a free kid spaghetti plate coupon afterwards. Stick around after the game to run around the bases. Heading over your Titans.
5-3 Stanford, the Titans. 5-3 Titans leading Stanford right now. As we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, 5 runs on 6 hits for the Titans, including 1 monstrous home run. Slightly wind aided by Brendan Bobo, but that's like in parenthesis and like in a hushed tone.
Oh, if there was no wind, he still would have gotten out of here.
Right. He launched that. I mean, he might have hit the top of the batter's eye.
Right, exactly.
Instead of going clear over it.
A marginal difference.
Cole Ehrman leads off for the Titans against Ty Uber. Ehrman swings on the fastball and pops up high to short right towards the line. And that was called for by Montgomery, and the catch made. So how's your list going?
21.
21.
5 more.
Center fielder, number 31, Moses Guzman.
This is a tough game. Tough game, Mike.
Yeah, right?
This is really testing my limits, and it's disappointing too, because I feel like I should know all 26 off the top.
I know, and I felt like I was going to miss a couple.
Which conference got you?
I knew I was going to miss like a couple of the Bay Area schools.
Okay.
just because of the geography. Like here in Southern California, there's only a couple in San Diego. I know the geography of LA County,
Right.
Orange County.
So
I got all those.
I think I have San Jose State, USF, Santa Clara, St. Mary's. Those are all the Bay Area, and Cal and Stanford. So that's all of.
You got Santa Clara?
Yep.
So I did them by conference. So let's see. St. Mary's. You got St. Mary's?
I got St. Mary's.
San Francisco.
Yep.
Santa Clara.
Yep.
San Jose State.
Yep.
So you did get all the.
I got the entire Bay Area.
Cal and
Stanford. Yep.
All right. UCLA
and Sac State.
And Sac State.
So are there other big sky? I don't think there's another. And Davis, that's up there. I got that one.
Yeah, I missed Pacific because I knew I was going to miss the Sacramento school. Yeah.
Yep.
Out of the West Coast.
Yep. All right, don't spoil anymore.
Moises Guzman hitting here out of the 6th spot. Singled in the 1st. Three and 2 now after a foul off.
By the way, on replay, Johnny Adiano also texted me. He's stuck at 21 as well.
Really?
Yeah, he texted me his list.
Full count. High cheese got Moises Guzman. And so Ty Uber gets a strikeout here. 2 out in the Titan 3rd inning.
All right, I'm down to 2. Now I'm down to 1.
I think I know which one you're going to miss.
If you're thinking Cal Baptist, I have it.
Really?
Yep. You were thinking Cal Baptist, huh?
Yes, I was.
That was the 3rd one on my list. Yeah, I'm missing 1.
Two balls and no strikes on Brendan Bobo.
Oh, good pitch.
Yeah, they pitched him right side of the plate that time.
Outside corner's been there. I want to get this before I switch on the play-by-play.
I know, right? I don't want you to have to
distract myself.
Yeah, to try to do both. That's why we set this up in the 3rd inning. And the 5 states that don't have D1 baseballs, I was trying to squeeze that in at the end of Friday night.
I like this. We should do this every game. A little trivia.
Yeah.
All right. So after you gave me Pacific, I got LMU, Pepperdine, UCSB down. So I'm at 25.
So not Cal Baptist.
Cal Baptist was my 4th school.
Fresno.
That was it.
Fresno State.
That was it.
In the Mountain West.
Yep, that was it.
I'm surprised you missed the Mountain West because you cover San Diego State.
I know. Fresno State is the battle for the old oil can with San Diego State.
Swing and a miss, and we got that in just in time because Bobo on a changeup swings and misses. And the Titans are 1-2-3 in the 3rd. They still lead at 5-3. 4th inning coming up.
Top 4 inside Goodwin Field. Mike Martinez, Jonathan Rifkin back with you. No matter how you're watching or where you're watching, we appreciate you making us a part of your Sunday afternoon plans. 8-9-1 spots, Charlie Somm, Owen Cobb, Eddie Park, 2 up here for the Stanford Cardinal. A bit of catch-up to do for the team out of the Pac-12. Somm struck out the 2nd and final strikeout victim for Evan Yates. First opportunity for Jason Blood, who has struck out 3 of the 4 he's faced so far. The 1-0 swing and a miss, strike 1. My brain is tired, Mike.
Yeah, right?
You wore me out, man.
You're still doing 4 innings here.
I still feel like I'm missing some, even though we got all of them. Now do New York. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, now we got to do New York and North Carolina.
And North Carolina.
And Texas.
0-1 is swing and a miss, strike 2. How about a little front door action on that 77-mile-an-hour for Blood? We have seen a bit of everything from Blood so far.
Yeah, he's got 3 pitches.
Maybe he's more universal. Maybe he's O positive. Yeah. The amount of pitches we've seen. And Somm, did he get a piece? Indeed he did. And that'll keep him alive, the catcher. Reiteration of the field for you: Nate Nankill in right, Moises Guzman in center, Colby Wallace out in left, Caden Connor and Zach Liu at the corners, Maddox Lata, JT Naviak in the middle, Cole Ehrman behind the dish. Jason Blood, the second pitcher of the afternoon for the Titans, deals the 1-2 upstairs, evens the count.
So in the Pac-12, Stanford, Cal, UCLA, and USC are in California.
Yep. Do you know which of those schools doesn't have a softball team?
USC.
Nice.
USC also doesn't have men's soccer.
2-2. Looper just misses. Blood thought he got him. And San Diego State actually makes up that difference. They play men's soccer in the Pac-12. Little fun fact for you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's okay. Auxiliary member or whatever they call it.
Yep, exactly. Sort of like Stanford for men's volleyball. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Saw him trying to be the leadoff batter on, and that got him right on the elbow plate. He'll head over to first. So Blood, after striking out 3 and retiring the first 4 batters, gets Charlie Sama on the leadoff batter. The second time the Cardinal have a leadoff batter on.
Cal State Fullerton, Long Beach State, Riverside, Irvine, Northridge, UC San Diego, CSUB and UCSB.
Yep.
The anagrams. Davis and Cal Poly.
Yeah, weirdly enough, LMU and Pepperdine came to me late.
Yeah.
You would think, based on our vast knowledge of Southern California geography, we would get those quickly.
Yeah, LMU, Pepperdine in Los Angeles, San Diego, and then the Bay Area, a lot of them, St. Mary's, USF, and Santa Clara, and Pacific over in the Stockton area.
Swing and a miss. Owen Cobb steps in and has an 0-1 count on the board. Flew out to center his first time up.
Also in the Sacramento area, County Pacific there, Sacramento State in the Big Sky.
Yep.
They play D1 baseball.
So 1 WAC school and 1 Big Sky school.
1 WAC school is Cal Baptist.
Yeah.
And then 3 Mountain West schools.
0-1, drilled to left field. Wallace on the move to the track. Can he get it? He can. Prior to making contact with the wall, allowed out for Owen Cobb. We'll have Charlie Somm back to first. 1 away. Eddie Park steps in.
A couple of decent drives for Owen Cobb, maybe just a little light.
Yeah, if he had the benefit of the tailwind rather than the headwind, that ball would have been gone. But instead, the wind playing a bit of defense there for the Titans. Eddie Park 0 for 1, walked in the first inning, scored the game's first run, flew out to center his 2 times up.
San Diego State, Fresno State, and San Jose State in the Mountain West.
Wyoming, the lone Mountain West school without a baseball team.
Those are the 26 California teams that play D1 baseball.
I mean, when you have the 6th largest economy in the world, you better have some good college baseball representation. I know there's no real correlation, but one can hope. No balls and a strike to Park. He watched first pitch on the outside corner. Another one, a little backdoor action. Swerves a little too far outside. 75 on the gun. Evens the count.
That's a big drop off. He's upper 80s with his sinker and mid 70s with the other 2.
It's been his placement that's been so tough for the Stanford Cardinal hitters to catch up to. 1-1. Catching the letters for strike 2. Charlie saw him dancing off at first, not a stealing threat. Would wonder maybe the hit and run is on, but with 1 away, on the top of the order up. Cardinal just looking to make contact. 1-2, and Blood will take some more time. Get a bit more oxygen, if you will.
And now they're kind of emphasizing not too many steps. You just make another wordplay? And I missed it. It went right over my head.
Came a little late. 1-2. Popped up left side. Out of play. Can the fan make a catch? Nope. Oh, yes. With a 1 hand.
Yeah, you have to have a lot of concentration on a day like this where the crowd is really big. Lots of people on the concourse. Lots of kids running around. Locked in focus right there.
Beer being chugged.
Yeah.
My favorite are the fans who hold the beer in one hand and the ball in the other, or the baby. Want to make sure you have your priorities straight. The 1-2 once again stays upstairs and evens the count. Gorgeous day. I mean, you could not have a better day. You sort of brought in the broadcast, Mike, reminiscing the sights of the sounds here. The one thing you forgot to mention is the snow-capped mountain peeking through the San Bernardino Mountains out there in left center field. Sort of a sneaky great part of this ballpark. Eddie Park watches a strike on the outside corner. Jason Blood tallying his 4th strikeout of the game and the 2nd out of the inning.
This is good pitching for Jason Blood. I mean, only Charlie saw him kind of crowding the plate. Got hit by a pitch late in the count, and that's the only base runner he's allowed here. Going to be facing his 8th batter here.
Tommy Troy, 1 for 1 rather. Single and a walk. First pitch at the knees, strike 1. Very impressed with Jason Blood here. And we talked about his accolades at the Golden West College. Again, just really, the Orange Empire Conference is one of the better baseball conferences that you will find at the junior college level nationally. And Jason Blood seemingly transitioning quite well to the college game. Outside corner, strike 2 to Tommy Troy. Troy had a hat trick of strikeouts back on Friday night. Has yet to be retired today. Blood searching for his 5th strikeout in his 2nd full inning of work. The 0-2 fired in there, in on the hands, the looper to shallow right field, but out from second comes Maddox Lata to make the 3rd out of the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Runner stranded on first. Home half of the 4th when we return on ESPN+. Home half of the 4th inning inside Goodwin Field. Jonathan Rifkin, Mike Martinez at your service. A pleasure as always. Everybody just say a prayer for our replay operator, Johnny, who is beside himself, having been unable to conquer the 26 Division I stools in California, but he's doing a great job running our replay unit here this afternoon. 8, 9, and 1 hitters due up here for the Titans. Maddox Lata, JT Naviak, and Caden Connor. After a combined 8 runs in the 1st inning, it's been goose eggs on the board, Mike. First pitch in there for strike 1 to Maddox Lata, who singled his first time up.
Something we didn't expect. Here after that 1st inning. We thought, it's going to be offensive all afternoon.
Strike at the knees. Well, that was sort of our conversation, right? It's 5-3 in the 1st inning. There's 8 more innings to go, and so far it's been Ty Uber and Jason Blood coming in and stifling the opposition's offense. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Down goes Lata. 3rd strikeout for Uber. Back-to-back, going back to the last inning. 1 away. JT Naviak will dig in. Naviak popped out to first on the first pitch back in the 1st inning. Weekend series wrapping up today, and then Tulane on Tuesday. Welcome in the Green Wave back to Southern California.
That's if they stick around. They've had a tough weekend at UC Irvine.
You think that Irvine will run them out of town?
Nah, you got to stick around in California while you can.
Tulane's one of those schools that a lot of my friends went to from Southern California.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Out in New Orleans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if anything that they go home for is going to be Mardi Gras on Tuesday.
Right.
Right?
That's true. So you're telling me that they're hosting Tulane on Mardi Gras?
Yes.
Huh. Are we going to be dressing up for this broadcast, Mike?
Define we.
Well, I will be dressing up for this broadcast, Mike. 3 balls, no strikes to JT Naviak. He swung at the first pitch his previous at-bat. Here he is playing the game of patience with Ty Uber. Uber has yet to walk a batter. Now in his 3rd inning of work. Rocks and fires the 3-0. There's a strike at the belt. Three runs, 2 hits for Stanford, 5 runs, 6 hits for Cal State Fullerton. No errors on either side, and that is a 5-pitch walk. The first walk for Uber. Second walk drawn by the Titans this afternoon. They have a runner on with 1 away as the order turns back over to Caden Connor. 0 for 2, a flyout and a strikeout. His 2 times up. We've seen a Brendan Bobo home run. We've seen a Carter Graham home run. It's been small ball the rest of the way on both sides. A little lefty and righty action. Wind shifting out to left center, by the way. Keep that in mind. About 10 mile an hour gusts. Naviak takes about 2.5 steps off first. First pitch in. A little low and away. Ball 1.
Speaking of weather, it's going to be good Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Supposed to get some rain in starting Thursday, maybe Friday and Saturday, and see how the weekend series next week goes.
Yeah, Michigan in town, bringing the weather with them.
They're in Arizona this week.
1-0, in on the hands, popped up, back and out of play. This one does bounce towards the soccer field. Even count 1-1 to Caden Connor.
Next week, Titan softball is at the Mary Nutter Classic, which is out in Palm Springs.
Oh, yeah.
And because they have 5 games basically on all those fields, if you get rain early in the day, you're like playing all the way to 11, 12 o'clock at night, easily.
In mud. Stuff out there. They'll pick off a 10th as Naviak diving safely. Right now, it's just about keeping runners close if you're Ty Uber. Trying to get that double play ball out at third base. Tommy Troy playing in on the grass, trying to avoid any sort of sacrifice situation. Over at short, Owen Cobb is shading towards the bag. And Drew Bowser is in on the right field grass. 1-1, gets above, saw him off the screen, and over to second goes Naviak on the wild pitch. First wild pitch for the Cardinal today.
They've had some spectacular overthrows. Ryan Bruno, the junior lefty, had a couple.
You said that so eloquently. Spectacular.
Wonderful.
Such a positive connotation.
I know we got Stanford people listening, and try to frame it up nice and pretty for them.
No, I like it. A true poet, Mike Martinez. 2-1 from Uber.
Certainly not a mathematician. We've established that.
You're not an esthetician either. Are you a beautician?
No.
Okay. So we should and you're not an electrician, so all the issues are out of your out of your title.
We established that today. We're talking to my
right with your son, yeah.
He's very mechanically inclined, and I'm absolutely not.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Runner on second. 5-3 ball game. Titans lead 2-2. Bouncing in the dirt. Good job by Sam to slide in front. Hour and 32nd minute of action. After a 45-minute first inning, things have settled in quite nicely and have transitioned seamlessly inning to inning. Owen Cobb holding the runner at second. Curveball wave to right center field. This one is going back to the wall, and that'll be good for extra bases. Rounding third, coming on home is Naviak, and the Titans extend 6-3 on the double by Caden Connor. A rare mistake by Ty Uber today. And Caden Connor with his first hit of the day. And it doesn't get much easier here for Uber as an arm starts to get warm for Stanford. As Nate Nankill, who's sitting on a 2-for-2 day, a pair of singles and a run scored, will check in.
Up is dangerous on a day like this. And that Southern California air is not going to stop it in the daytime. That got a long way out to right center towards the Sarlos family sign.
0-1 to Nankill. That is just the second hit that Uber's given up. Came in at the top of the second. Saw 10 batters. The 10th batter took him for a double and a run. Nate hasn't shown all of his power yet this weekend, but you know it exists. Stanford has mostly pitched him low and outside, as you saw right there. That ball evens the count, though, 1-1.
And once again, a wild pitch, an extra 90 was a key factor in scoring a run.
And those are little mistakes you don't typically think Stanford makes, right? Fundamental mistakes like a wild pitch with a runner on that could end up being detrimental.
Yeah, and it doesn't show up in that column,
right?
That third column over, the errors.
Certainly a pitching error in the book. So 6 runs, 7 hits for the Titans, continuing to rack them up. That equals their total from last night in the hitting column. Uber with the 2-1. Check swing. Didn't go around. 3 balls and a strike.
Some good quality at-bats by most of these Titans. I mean, that's really where it starts. That was one of the keys coming in. Dietrich said, just want to have quality at-bats. Are the arms going to be great on the other side. They might be. We know they're going to have some stuff. Just to have quality at-bats is a great starting point.
3-1. Pitch in the dirt, ball 4. And a bit of an aggressive flip by Nate Nankill as he heads over to first. I think he wanted to swing away and was a bit upset that Uber didn't give him one to look at. He said, I saw that double by Connor. I wanted one myself, but I'll take a 2-for-2 day with 2 singles and a walk. Zach Liu checks in 1-for-2 with the single, run scored and the flyout. So 2 walks now for Ty Uber, 3 drawn by the Titans this afternoon. They have runners on first and second. Stanford has an arm warming up. And a conversation to be had on the mound. You got to think the patient approach the Titans have been taking offensively, this is the precedent that will be set against Michigan next week, against Texas in 2 weeks' time, and just continuing to wear down opposition pitchers. Brant Pantzer warming up, by the way. Saw Brant on Friday night. He was the second pitcher out. He gave up 4 hits and a run. But this is just going to be a conversation. Ty Uber has really pitched well up until this point. Again, retired the first 9 batters he faced. Before JT Naviak was able to walk. Caden Connor hit a double to right center field, and Nankill walked. Only out of the inning was Maddox Lata, who struck out to start the frame. 6 runs, 7 hits for the Titans. 3 runs, 2 hits for the Cardinal. No errors on either side, and we'll see how long the leash is here on Uber as Pantzer really begins to deal out in the bullpen. Zach Liu playing third base today, 1-for-2. Opportunity to collect another RBI on the weekend. First pitch remains upstairs, ball 1. And that's the thing about this Titan order, right? Bottom of the order has Brendan Bobo, Maddox Lata, JT Naviak. All 3 have found a way to get on. Of course, Brendan Bobo opened up the Titans scoring with that 3-run homer back in the first. Lata singled thereafter, was stranded. 1-0, off speeder, 79 on the gun. Runs low and away, ball 2. The other thing the Titans have done a good job today is limiting runners left on base, just 2 of them. Stanford has 5. 2 balls, no strikes. Uber trying to get out of it. Double play ball would do the trick. Deals the 2-0. Inside, ooh, did it hit him? It did not. And a good job by Lou to motion over to second and tell Caden Connor, stay right there. We're not going to try and risk you getting thrown out. 3 balls and no strikes to the third baseman. Stanford heads home for a non-conference game against Cal on Tuesday. Then they host Rice and the University of the Pacific. They'll have Cal State Bakersfield for a 3-game series to open up March. The 3-0 upstairs. Ball 4, load him up. And that brings up Colby Wallace, the cleanup batter. Answer really shooting those pitches out there in the bullpen right now. Caden Connor to the third. Nate Nankill to second, back-to-back walks drawn by the Titans as the base is juiced. And 3 walks to go along with those 4 strikeouts for Ty Uber, and that will do it for Mr. Uber. Stanford makes the call to the bullpen. They'll make a change. Titans have the bases loaded with 1 away and a 3-run lead intact. When we return, you're watching Titan Baseball on ESPN+. Brant Pantzer back out there. Came in as the second pitcher out of the pen on Friday night. 1 inning, gave up 4 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Ty Uber goes 2 1/3, gives up 2 hits and a run, but all 3 on bases right now could be earned to Ty Uber should they come around. Bases juiced up, Connor at third, Nankill at second, Lou at first, Colby Wallace, the cleanup batter in, a lefty on righty matchup. First pitch from Panzer, a swing and a miss, strike one. That was a home run swing, Mike, from Colby Wallace. He's looking to try and clear him up.
Yeah, interesting, because Colby Wallace didn't have any home runs last year with Washington. He had 5 doubles, but no home runs. Was almost a 300 hitter.
Looking to try and turn the tape here. 0-1, runs away.
But I mean, he looks like the kind of guy that would normally not swing for the fences. That's going to work in that bat. Like the last one, he worked
back in the first inning.
Yeah.
0 for 1, flew out to center, walked, came around to score back in the first. 1-1, paints the outside corner, strike 2. First base is loaded situation of the day. Didn't see any on Friday for the Titans. All patient offense right now for Coach Diedrich's squad. Panzer trying to get the second out of the inning, and does. A high fastball has Wallace out in front, strike 3. That's a good way to start off the outing for Brant Panzer, rather. 2 away, bases remain loaded. Cole Ehrman 0 for 2 checking in. Struck out swinging, flew out to right his 2 times up. Titans looking to pad the 6-3 lead. Gave up 3 runs in the first, got 5 back in the first. Next run to score was here in this inning by way of JT Naviak. Strike 1 taken by Cole Ehrman. Panzer, a bit of a longer stretch than we saw. Ty Uber, and a check swing will make contact and foul it off for strike 2. So Panzer finds himself ahead in the count. A couple of pitches to play with here.
Yeah, he was probably among their better guys that showed up on Friday. They only walked 2 guys on Friday, 12 guys yesterday, and they might be somewhere in between now, 4 walks. That's probably just too many walks.
Yeah, the 0-2 upstairs. Ehrman stays alive, 1-2 up on the board. You're right, that's the interesting thing, right? It's sort of been a tale of 2 different games. And the game where they walked 12 guys, they won.
You're right, yeah.
Sort of the antithesis of what you would think a winning evening would be, but the 3rd-ranked team in the nation last night able to pull it out. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3, back-to-back Ks for Brant Panzer. Will leave the bases loaded, 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and all 3 stranded for the Titans. 6-3 of the score remains, headed to the 5th inning. You're watching Titan Baseball on ESPN+. Field. 6-3 Titans lead. They were able to extend in the home half of the 4th. Jonathan Rifkin with you. Mike Martinez along for the ride. And the first pitch from Jason Blood is in there for strike 1. Tommy Troy checking in. Take that, Carter Graham. Graham's reached base both times. Well, he actually homered, so he touched them all back in the first. Walked in the second. A 1-for-1 day with that home run. Look to try and get the 5th inning going here for Stanford. A Stanford team that has found base runners on. They got 2 in the second. They left 1 stranded back in the 4th. Have yet to cross the plate other than that 3-run first inning. No balls and 2 strikes to Graham. And Jason Blood has really settled in nicely. 4 strikeouts, no walks for the young blood. 0-2 outside, ball 1. Crowd didn't like it. But again, for the Titans to limit Stanford to just 7 hits, rather to just 2 hits, they have 7 on their own side, is a good sign. The problem was Evan Yates giving up 5 walks. 1-2, swing and a miss on the pitch in the dirt, strike 3. 5th K for Jason Blood this afternoon. Puts 1 out on the board as Braden Montgomery will step in, the lefty. 0 for 1, a walk and a strikeout is 2 times up. When shifting out towards center field, and now it's the Cardinal looking for some momentum as the first pitch comes in. Chopper to first, second hop to Connor, making that all by himself, 2 away. And that's the juxtaposition, I would say, between these two teams is Stanford has not really approached their at-bats for length. Brandon Montgomery swinging at the first pitch. Carter Graham going down in 3 pitches. The Titans have made Dugan, Uber, and now Panzer all work out there on the mound. First pitch to Malcolm Moore, high and deep to right field. Nankill on the move, and it's out of here. A solo shot for Malcolm Moore, his 2nd home run of the weekend for the freshman. And a bit of momentum shifting back to the Cardinal at 6-4. This kid is going to be real. I mean, he is already really good. But if this is the floor, his ceiling is mighty scary. And future opponents have to put him on notice. 1 around, 2 away, Drew Bowser. We'll dig into the right-handed batter's box. A strikeout, a walk, first pitch runs away, ball 1. Bowser walked back in the first and struck out in the 3rd. Nakamura homered in his first ever collegiate at-bat back on Friday. Ended up going 2 for 4 that night. Got in on the party today as well. 1-0. Cut foul for strike 1. David Esker, the reigning Pac-12 Coach of the Year for Stanford, brought his team to an 18th College World Series appearance in the 2nd straight. As ball 2's on the board to Drew Bowser. And 9 shutouts. That was sort of the idea coming into this series was, well, Stanford is returning much of their pitching staff, and they had a nation-leading 9 shutouts last year. First night, though, they lost 8-1. Last night, they gave up 5 runs. Here they are on the wrong side of a 6-4 score. So perhaps some work to be done in the bullpen as the season kicks off here for the Cardinal. Obviously hoping to host their 6th straight regional. 3-0, a chopper to short. Naviak got eaten up by it as it bounces into center field. That will be an error on the typically sure-handed shortstop. And the inning continues here for the Cardinal. Runner on first, 2 away. A rare error for JT Naviak. Just tried to back hop it on that 3rd hop. And instead of getting it cleanly, knocked it up and behind him. Saborn Campbell steps in, 2 strikeouts for him on the day. Only Cardinal to hit that column so far. First pitch, watches it in there for strike 1. Of course, David Esker coming into the series had a .717 win percentage. Dipping down to .712 now, still the best in Stanford history. Curveball missing inside to even the count. Of course, took Cal to Omaha back in 2011, was named National Coach of the Year. And once again, Cal getting poached by Stanford. David Esker, though, this time was the man on the move. And Cal Bears a bit of a down year athletic-wise. We'll see what baseball has in store. Football was rough. Basketball is really rough. They were able to break the 40-point mark last night, though. There was a joke circulating Twitter about that. Stanford, of course, tough basketball season as well, but had those upsets against Oregon. Took Arizona down to the wire. Not a great football season, so baseball and softball are the 2 sports, hopefully, to carry the load. Women's basketball, though, top 5 program. And that is a check swing that's in there for strike 2. 2s across the board, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Yeah, Stanford women's basketball is something special. If you have never watched a Stanford women's basketball game, I highly encourage you to do it. Pac-12 women's basketball, some of the best in the nation. Drew Bowser dives back, no problem, as Jason Blood will check him. So the first hit that Blood gave up was the homer by Malcolm Moore. Should Drew Bowser score, it would be unearned because it came with 2 away on the error. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Saborn Campbell trying to stay alive. The pitch caught him looking, strike 3. Fifth strikeout on the day for Jason Blood, and that takes us to the home half of the fifth. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left on base. 6-4 the score. Middle order, 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Titans when we return on ESPN+.
Leading up for the Titans, center fielder, number 31.
Brant Panzer out of Suwanee, Georgia, North Gwinnett High School. Back out there, came in for Ty Uber in relief with 1 out. Ended up striking out the side, went 2 straight, keeping the bases loaded for the Titans. Titans lead 6-4 back on the offensive side after Malcolm Moore was able to cut into the deficit with a solo shot. Moises Guzman steps in and takes the first pitch for strike 1. Guzman had that 2 RBI single back in the first inning. That opened up a 5-run inning for the Titans. As the 0-1 is a check swing, a strike nonetheless, and he falls behind real quick 0-2. Guzman, the Long Beach City College transfer, Long Beach, California native, Millikan High School. 0-2, fastball, remains upstairs, ball 1. And Titans do a great job keeping their recruits largely local. Obviously, the transfer's a bit of a different story, but Coach Diedrich has an eye for local talent. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Panzer working real quick as off-speeder dips below the zone to even the count. Guzman 1 for 2, Brennan Bobo 1 for 2 waiting on deck. The 2-2. Guzman crouches David Eckstein style as that one stays above the shoulders, evens the count, or brings the count full rather. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bobo had that 3-run shot back in the first. Maddox Lata also 1 for 2 waiting in the hole. This one is roped to left field, but Park gets under it to make the catch for out number 1. Now to bring up Brendan Bobo. Rear-run homer back in the first. Got his first hit of the season that way. Came back with a strikeout in the third. Titans have struck out 6 times today. They've walked 5. First pitch, laced to center field. On the move is Campbell. He can't get there. Bobo rounding first, heading to second. And Brendan Bobo hits a 1-out double. Home run and a double for Bobo out of the DH spot. And his bat has come alive on a Sunday afternoon. Mike and I were sort of alluding to this during the break that for whatever reason, we would love to see his day versus night splits because his daytime stats are astronomical. I don't know if it's the batter's eye, I don't know if it's the weather, whatever it is, whenever Brendan Bobo was getting vitamin D, he's hitting bombs. First hit given up by Brant Panzer so far, and the first batter that he hasn't been able to retire of the 4 he's faced. Maddox Lata checks in. First pitch to Lata is at the knees for strike 1. Panzer's done a great job finding the bottom of the zone. Lata singled in the first and struck out in the 4th. 6 runs, 8 hits, an error for the Titans. 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Cardinal. Lata jam shot back up the middle. Panzer makes the grab, and Bobo dives back to second safely, 2 away. Good fastball inside. Lata couldn't catch up to it cleanly. And that brings in JT Naviak. Hitless today. Pop out to first his first time up. Did walk back in the 4th. Came around to score on the Caden Connor RBI double. 9th batter in the lineup. 4th batter of the inning. Stanford has a couple of guys standing. Nobody really tossing quite yet. Brant Panzer expected to go deep into the middle innings. First pitch on the outside corner. Strike 1. Wind persisting out to center field. Temperatures remain in the mid-60s. Picturesque day here and Fullerton, California, as the 0-1 is fired in there. Strike 2. Not sure what you're looking for if you're JT Naviak. Gonna ask for a better pitch from Brant Panzer. And the Titans down to their final strike of the inning. Both teams have left 5 on base, by the way, so far today. That one just misses. Good eye by Naviak to stave off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stanford has Cal on Tuesday in a non-con game. Titans have Tulane. Before hosting Michigan next week. 1-2, misses the zone. Panther thought perhaps he got strikeout number 3. But instead there's 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away, runner on second in a 2-run ball game. I'm sensing a motif.
A motif?
Yeah, we use SAT words on Sundays, Mike.
Yeah. You said antithesis earlier.
I did, and juxtaposition. JT Navac says a fly ball to right, shallow right field. That stays in fair territory. Just shy of the foul line, coming in and scoring is Bobo. Braden Montgomery made a mistake. He lost it in the sun, and it's a bloop single that extends the lead 7-4.
Oh, that's a big run. You know, we're counting them up at the end of the day. Oh, we'll see if that one is save the difference or one of the small differences here in the series, as Braden Montgomery has a long run and just loses it. He might have checked to see where his teammate was coming out to try to also give chase, and that then he picked his eye back up towards the baseball and then didn't find it again.
I mean, that was as close as it could have been to remain in fair play. And the inning continues. Titans extend their lead up by 3 once again. Pickoff attempt, nothing doing. Navac back safely. Caden Connor flew out, struck out, and doubled in a run back in the 4th. He doubled in Navac, who was standing on first base during that double. Perhaps looking to continue here into the 5th inning. This one is a grounder, backhanded by Bowser over to first, and the side is retired. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, a runner stranded. 7-4. The Titans lead the Cardinal. Will return for the 6th inning in a moment on ESPN+. Back inside Goodwin Field, Mike Martinez, Jonathan Rifkin with you. Third-ranked team with their back against the wall right now. 7-4 into the 6th inning we go. 8-9-1 hitters do up Charlie Samo and Cobb and Eddie Bark. Jason Blood keeping his blood pumping out there on the mound as the first pitch is laced to left field. Wallace on the move. He makes the catch off the line for out number 1. Oh, check that. That was a pinch hitter. Coming in, it was Alberto Rios.
He's had a pretty good weekend here these last couple days, and he goes after the first one and gets a good hold of it. The Titans are looking to get it out. That he hit it kind of in the neighborhood of Wallace.
You know, Wallace has such great route running. If he was a wide receiver, I feel like he could get to every football.
They're going to try Rios probably behind the plate. You know, he's a listed catcher, and he's going to be the 3rd guy to catch this weekend. He came in for Som right there.
Yeah, so Som ends his day 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch and struck out. Owen Cobb 0 for 2 in the 9 spot. A pair of flyouts to his day. Hoping to change his fortunes. Stanford collecting only 3 hits so far. Jason Blood wheeling and dealing the 0-1, runs away, ball 1. Big West is going to be really interesting this year.
Yeah, last year before we have a postseason tournament.
Yep.
So it's the last true pennant race, I guess you could say.
1-1 off speeder, catching the zone, strike 2, and this is the last conference nationally, right?
Right.
Without a postseason tournament.
Yep. Even the Ivy League, that was forever like a holdout in basketball. In baseball, Ivy League has a best of 3.
Right.
Between their division champions, and then the Pac-12 went to postseason tournament last year.
1 ball, 2 strikes, jammed up. Oh, are we going to get it in the press box? Just shy. The reason I make such a big deal out of that, Mike, is because remember last night we made a bet season long with our producer Robbie Loya.
A kettle corn bet. Yeah.
Yeah, he saved me because originally I said burritos.
Yeah.
But he knew that my wallet was thinning out a bit, and with the price of gas, said, you know, we'll go kettle corn. So if Mike or I can get a foul ball in the press box, then Robbie Loya owes our entire crew kettle corn. If we don't by the end of the season, it's on me. Either way, our crew wins.
Yeah, that's true.
1-2 to Owen Cobb in the gap between short and third in the left, and with 1 away, the number 9 hitter gets his first hit of the day. And hit number 4 for the Cardinal. Jason Blood's second hit given up, and back to the top we go to Eddie Park.
Cobb just has a good short swing. You know, he's been able to get balls to the outfield pretty far. Just a nice short swing. And now he gets the ball on the ground. And that's probably more likely how he's going to get some of his hits.
A. Park 0 for 2 today, walked back in the first inning, came to score the game's first run, flew out to center, struck out looking in the fourth. Lefty on righty matchup, runner on first, Stanford looking for some momentum. First pitch, a changeup, nipping the outside corner for strike one. Stanford has an arm warming up right now. Titans remain quiet in the bullpen. Interested to see what Tuesday brings for Cal State Fullerton. The 0-1 dealt in, a chopper to second, moving to his left is Lata, the turn to second for one, and the relay's in time, a 4-6-3 double play to end the top of the sixth inning. Titans remain up 7-4, home half of the sixth when we return. You're watching Titan Baseball on ESPN+. Lopez, the southpaw, taking his final warm-ups of the afternoon as he is the fourth Cardinal pitcher. Panzer goes 3 1/3, gives up a couple of hits, a run, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. I would say that is a quality relief appearance for Panzer after he walked 4, or rather walked 3 and gave up 4 hits back on Friday. First matchup for Lopez is Colby Wallace, 0 for 2, a walk, a flyout, and a strikeout. Lefty on lefty matchup. The first lefty on lefty matchup, Mike, we've seen today as the first pitch runs inside but catches the corner for strike one.
We obviously saw all lefty-lefty Friday. You know, early in the game, both starters were lefties, and Stanford started another lefty yesterday.
This one popped up off the screen for strike 2. And Wallace is somebody you want to see get going. The transfer from Washington. Haven't seen him really unleash his power yet in this series, but we know it exists. Facing an 0-2 count, this one runs away for ball 1.
But it's just another bat. It's going to hold a lot of the glue together for the Titans. Have Wallace there, 4th spot. Seen him turn in quality at bats, and then we'll see about some.
And there's strike 3. Nicholas Lopez faces a batter, picks up a strikeout, and that ends the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Titans go down in order. On to the 7th, we roll. Cal State Fullerton leads Stanford 7-4 on ESPN+. Seventh inning at Goodwin Field on ESPN+. Mike Martinez, Jonathan Rifkin with you. New pitcher Peyton Jones out there for Cal State Fullerton. Tommy Troy, Carter Graham, Braden Montgomery do up. And Jason Blood, Mike, had a fantastic day. 4 1/3, 2 hits, a run, no walks, and 6 strikeouts. Came in sort of making the joke that his blood type is K positive because he loves to get those punch outs, and he really lived up to the billing here on a Sunday.
There's no joke about it. You're absolutely right on top of it. That's a real thing now. You know, it's like in basketball, Latrell Wrightsell, it's peanut butter Trelly time. Yeah, Jason Blood. You know, we have a guy that's number 22 on D1 baseball's JUCO transfer list. You kind of wonder, hey, what's that going to look like? And right out of the gate, it looks pretty good.
The Orange Empire is no joke in the JC level in the conference rates, and now it's up to Peyton Jones out of Utah. Little lefty on righty match with Tommy Troy, 1 for 2. Single, a run, a walk, ground out. First pitch runs away, ball 1.
Second straight appearance for Jones. Pitched 2/3 of an inning. Was the second guy, the third pitcher for the Titans last night. 2 walks, 1 strikeout, 1 hit, 1 unearned run.
Trying to protect a 3-run lead. This one runs inside, but narrowly misses the jersey of Troy. That brings the count to 2 balls and no strikes.
Jason Dietrich's interested to find out what he's got from Jones this year. Going to bring 3 pitches. Stanford saw basically all of them yesterday. Got a chance to use a changeup against the righties. Fastball there, though.
Yeah, fastball low and away at 90. Missing for ball 3, and Tommy Troy trying to draw Walker, force a tough pitch and get on here for Stanford on the back end of that 7-4 deficit. Fastball finding the zone on the upper right corner. Peyton Jones stays alive during this at-bat. Southpaw taking his time. Towing, turning, shooting, missing. Ball 4. Tommy Troy draws a walk. The 6th Stanford walk this afternoon. And Carter Graham will step in here. Graham on the day, 1 for 2. Home run back in the first to get the scoring going. Walked in the second, struck out in the 5th. Wide stance in the batter's box, over at first, a step and a half off for Troy. First pitch, a curveball in there. Gorgeous pitch from Jones for strike 1. And Jones in no rush right now. When you're playing with the lead, you want to give your offense a bit of a rest. 0-1 fired in, swing and a miss, strike 2.
Able to use the changeup there on the righty Graham.
And Graham starts off with a curveball, goes to the changeup. And ahead in the count, 0-2, opens up his repertoire. He can go fastball, he can go back to one of his secondary pitches. Try to get the double play ball. Hurls in the 0-2. Fastball, driven, right side. Nankill veering out to his left. Makes the catch. Retreating back to first is Tommy Troy.
Love that deke by Nankill. He looks like he's fighting the sun. He throws the hands out, probably trying to deke the runner a little bit.
Well, he saw Braden Montgomery lose one in the sunlight.
Yeah, right.
In the previous couple of innings. Ball that ended up turning into a run for the Titans, so Nankill trying to learn from his opponent's mistakes, if you will.
Speaking of Montgomery.
Yeah, here he is. 0 for 2, walks, struck out, grounded out his 3 ups. First pitch, curveball. Oh man, felt like Montgomery may have fallen out of his shoes right there.
And this is what we've seen this weekend, especially now today. I think the pitch selection by the Titans. Dietrich was just an unbelievable pitch caller. Those years that he was here, that was a real asset for the Titans. And when it's going good. You think of a great play caller like in college football, like, with Chip Kelly, he's on a roll. It's something special to watch. And
Bill Belichick, before he hired the defensive coordinator to call his offense.
Yeah. So you're just trying to, get an idea for what they're looking for and try to throw maybe the opposite.
Jones working ahead. No balls in a strike. 1 away, 1 on, 3-run lead. Fastball drilled down the third baseline, goes foul. And the second straight batter, Peyton Jones, has the head in the count, 0-2.
Just a quick something about Montgomery. Before Nick Lopez warmed up in the bullpen and came in, Montgomery was down there throwing off the mound. He's also listed as a right-hand pitcher, so maybe they're starting to get him loosened up, and maybe we'll see him at some point today.
Yeah, a guy who can do a bit of everything. Mentioned Peyton Jones out of South Jordan, Utah, Bingham High School, where he made his name in the prep stages. 16 games last year, 1-2 record, 8 ERA. You alluded to Coach Dietrich having some high expectations for Jones. Had a great offseason, has 3 strong pitches. Looking to showcase them here. Montgomery digs in, Jones is ready, checks first, fires it in. Caught him looking, strike 3. Second time Braden Montgomery has gone down by way of the strikeout. The first strikeout for Peyton Jones, and out number 2 is on the board.
Montgomery hoping for a little bit extra or a little bit tighter of a strike zone on the outside, and gets actually the call goes the opposite way. Berman sets up there, and Angel Campos gives that extra little bit on the strike call on the outside.
Out of bringing the Sacramento, California native, the freshman Malcolm Moore hit his second homer of the weekend, his previous at-bat. Not bad in your first collegiate appearance against Cal State Fullerton. Homered in his first at-bat of his college career. Homered in his previous at-bat today. Watches the first pitch in there for strike 1. Tommy Troy still dancing off of the first base bag. I am very impressed, Mike, with these Titan relievers, Jason Blood and now Peyton Jones right now. They've called to action quite nicely.
It looks a little bit different than last year.
Yeah, last year Your heart was racing as soon as you saw an orange jersey jog out there because you had no idea what was going to happen. 0-1, a looping curveball, runs away. 76 miles an hour on the gun.
Yeah, Peyton Jones, when he came in as a freshman a couple years ago, the fastball and the breaking pitch, they both looked good. Just a matter of the commands, you know, setting up hitters and trying to throw the right pitch at the right time in the right location.
1-1 off the end, off the screen, strike two, and Peyton Jones now, after walking Tommy Troy, has been ahead of the previous three batters, Carter Graham, Braden Montgomery, now Malcolm Moore.
These guys that stuck around through the first year with Dietrich, the second year, it should show, you know, what they're capable of.
Nothing doing over at first. Tommy Troy dives back safely.
I think Gavin Meyer is the one behind Jones right now in the Titan pen. Meyer also pitched last night.
And right now, towards the back end of this game, and you're protecting the lead, there's no reason to extend any of these relief pitchers. 1-2, bouncing in the dirt. Urban able to get his body in front of it. Dave off a potential run by Troy. Two's across the board now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away to Moore.
Good take by Moore. Titans probably thought they could get him on a down breaking pitch, and he wasn't really going for it.
Said, I want to see one more. Two and a half steps off of first for Troy. Jones looking for his second punch out. The 2-2. Oh, this one is drilled to right field. Nankill will wave it goodbye. A second home run of the game for Malcolm Moore, his third of the weekend. And the freshman cuts the deficit to 1 in the 7th.
Kind of hung one there on the inside when 2 pitches in a row and kind of throws a breaking pitch that really just hangs and doesn't do much. And Moore got out in front just a little bit, waited, and then unloaded on it. Nice easy swing. Bat path was good and absolutely launched. I mean, this kid, when the ball leaves the bat and he hits it well, it's going.
Talk about impressive performances this weekend. You cannot make a mistake against Malcolm Moore because he will make you pay. First pitch runs inside to Drew Bowser. Bowser 0 for 2. Walk struck out. Reached on the JT Naviak error back in the 5th. Inning continues. Peyton Jones gives up his first hit. It's a homer. 2 runs come around on it. Does have a walk and a strikeout. 2 away here. Pitching the dirt ball 2. So now 6 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Cardinals. 7 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Titans. Through 6 2/3. Southpaw deals the 2-0. And that's how quickly the mentality of a pitcher can change when they throw a mistake pitch that's taken advantage of by your opposition. Now all of a sudden, Peyton Jones, who was really settled in there, got out ahead of Carter Graham, Braden Montgomery, and Malcolm Moore, is struggling to find the zone. Does find the 3-0 pitch down the chute for strike 1. Man, Malcolm Moore is going to be a thorn in the side of his opponents this season and for seasons to come. 3-1 fastball, swing and a miss, strike 2. Jones looking to get out of it. Payoff pitch pending. Trying to keep the lead intact. Here it comes, and it misses low for ball 4. Tying run at first now for the Cardinal.
Still a little bit of the inconsistency there for Peyton Jones. The 2 walks, you know, there's 1 walk that hurts him, the leadoff walk, and was almost back in the at-bat there against Bowser. Just can't finish it off. And Dietrich might be coming to get him here.
Pinch hitter coming in is Jimmy Natty. Saborn Campbell went 0 for 3, a trio of strikeouts in the 7 spot. But you might be right, Jones's day might be done. Natty might have to wait. Natty, the freshman out of Sydney, Australia, previously at Oak Ridge College. And yes, there will be a pitching change. Peyton Jones able to go 2/3, but gives up 2 runs. We'll step aside. When we return, the finale of the 7th inning. You're watching Titan Baseball on ESPN+. Gavin Meyer making his 2nd appearance of the weekend, 1st appearance of the day. Taking the place of Peyton Jones, and the new hitter is Jimmy Natty, the mustache-wielding freshman from Sydney, Australia. Graduated from Oak Hill College out in Sydney. He was an all-schools state team. He won the all-schools national championship. He played rugby. He played basketball. He played touch football. He ran track and field, and he had good enough grades to get to Stanford through all of it.
That's the most impressive thing.
Right.
I mean, everyone plays rugby down in Australia. Or some kind of version of it, the Aussie rules and all that.
Right. First pitch outside, ball 1. Gavin Meyer checking in here. Meyer out of Hemet, California. Tockett's High School. Pitched an inning last night. Last year went 2-1 with a 5.9 ERA. Natty takes this one to left field. A hopper at the wall. And the catch is made by Wallace. A loud 3rd out. And the damage is limited to 2 runs on the homer by Malcolm Moore. 7-6. Titans lead. We're going to stretch when we return. The home half of the 7th. You're watching Titans Baseball on ESPN+. Home half of the 7th. Got those muscles stretched out a little bit, Mike, because there's been a whole ton of offense in this game, and we were getting a little tight sitting here. 7-6, Cal State Fullerton leads Stanford, albeit by the skin of their teeth so far. Cole Ehrman, Moises Guzman, Brendan Bobo due up. Southpaw Nicholas Lopez back out there, struck out the lone batter he faced back in the last inning. First pitch runs away for ball 1.
Yeah, you need some more offense. You're always playing with fire when you're facing a team that hits as many home runs as Stanford does.
This one popped up. Is there enough real estate? And there is over at first. Graham makes the catch for out number 1. 7 runs, 9 hits, an error for the Titans. 6 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Cardinal. You can see how much both teams want to win this opening season series.
It's a big series. It's a big series. Stanford, they want to maintain some of the national standing, kind of show that, well, Friday was a fluke or Friday was just a one-off, and we came back and won the series.
Titans want to show that they're worthy of being considered in the top 25.
Yeah, you get some consideration there. You never know. You play well this weekend, win a series, you get one of these next 2 series against Michigan or Texas, and then people are talking about, hey, maybe the Titans are back.
Moises Guzman steps in. First pitch was watched for strike 1. Second pitch watched for ball 1. Guzman on the day, 1 for 3. Did have that 2 RBI single back in the first inning. Pair of flyouts to follow. Lopez, the sidearm slinger, buries that one in the dirt for ball 2. And you know, it's interesting when you think about these series, Mike, because it's early in the season. No one really knew what to make of Fullerton. Picked to finish 4th in the conference. We talked about sort of the implications behind that on Friday, and the 2-1 is drilled out of here, but foul for strike 2. You know, as disappointing as a loss would be for Cal State Fullerton, it almost feels like a successful weekend. When you host the 3rd-ranked team in the nation, I mean, you lost by 2 last night with a tying run up on the base paths, and here today, you lead for much of this one. Obviously, you don't want to speculate they're going to lose, but there's a way to rationalize it with some silver linings.
Yeah, and there'd be a carrot to dangle out in front of these players if you're the coaching staff. And you had a big crowd. Things feel like they're on the upswing.
Payoff pitch, an off-speeder. Guzman had nowhere to go, but back to the bench as he misses for strike 3. Second punch out for Lopez.
Now, there's no way you could stop the game right now and ask these coaches, hey, if you happen to lose this 3rd game, would there be...
Let's get a microphone down to the dugout right now. I have some burning questions. 2 quick outs for Nicholas Lopez. Brendan Bobo, the final hope here for the Titans in the bottom of the 7th. 2 for 3 today for Bobo. 3-run shot back in the 1st, struck out in the 3rd, doubled and scored in the 5th. Lefty on lefty matchup as Lopez deals the first pitch away. Ball 1.
Would love to see the Titans get somebody on base here in these last couple innings and see what Alberto Rios can offer behind the plate, if he's going to be a better blocker than Charlie Somm and Malcolm Moore.
Yeah, Rios behind the plate. Out there in center field now is Jimmy Natty. 1 ball and 1 strike to Bobo. I failed to mention that Charlie Somm and I are from the same hometown, Thousand Oaks, California. Of course, TO, one of the better baseball schools in California. Bobo played for the Caneo Oaks out in Thousand Oaks a couple of years ago in the summer collegiate ranks. So we try to loop this back to this current at-bat. The 2-1, chopped away, even the count.
You went to TO or you went
I went to Oak Park High School. I actually went to Westlake my freshman year, but TO's technically my district school.
So you knew all the kids that went to TO?
Indeed I did. I played rec league ball with them. I played Westlake pony baseball with them prior to my high school days. So yeah, absolutely. Oh, another looping changeup, swinging and a missing. Is Brendan Bobo back-to-back punch-outs for Lopez? Give him 3 on the game. The Titans have been retired 6 straight. And we step aside, headed to the 8th inning. 7-6, Cal State Fullerton leads. Mike Martinez taking the reins on play-by-play when we return on ESPN+.
7-6, the Titans, 8th inning in Game 3. And a series you hope turns out this way, almost whether you win or whether you lose, because the reps are so good to get this kind of series in early in the season where every little thing matters. All those things that baseball coaches emphasize throughout the fall, throughout the season. Oh yeah, coach, they do matter. Blocking the ball, and taking extra base, not overthrowing cutoff guys. Alberto Rios, almost a dangerous hitter. Rios didn't have a hit in 2 college seasons. He had 1 game played his first year, played in 7 games, had 6 at-bats last year, no hits. Until last night, he came in, started, and had a couple of hits for Stanford last night. So, could be a dangerous one.
Yeah, persistence pays back. I want to go back to your point that you just made about sort of the fundamentals and how important they are early on, because
he gets under this one, into left field for Colby Wallace. Nothing doing on that fly ball. And it's out number 1 here in the 8th.
Yeah, going back to that point, as Rios is now 0-2 with Owen Cobb stepping in. I mean, when you turn towards the regionals and the super regionals and the College World Series, I mean, everything gets put under a microscope, right? Every single misplay, every single mistake can be the complete difference in a game. Obviously, in the regular season, there's a bit more flexibility because you're playing 3-game series on the weekends, and those Tuesday games, especially for these 2 teams, are going to be against weaker opponents.
Line drive by Cobb to his fellow shortstop, in and out of the glove of Naviak, who drops it away.
Second error for Naviak today. We'll see if they give him an error. They should. But it is home scoring, and sometimes home scoring will be a little bit more lenient towards their fielders. Yeah, they're going to give it a hit. Now, if we were playing at Stanford and that play happened, I would assume Naviak would have been given the error, but it will be a hit for Owen Cobb instead.
Sharp contact. Got on him pretty quick. Yeah, the glove up. Probably could have caught it.
Yeah, I think that was certainly a ball that you would catch.
Tying run is on for Stanford here in the 8th inning with 1 out. Top of the order in Eddie Park. Looking at Gavin Meyer's first pitch for a strike. We're coming up on the busy time here at Cal State Fullerton. And now at Oregon, how busy was it? How many sports did you guys have overlapping, especially
good question.
Winter to spring?
Well, so there was a day when we had the spring football game that we had to call. Yeah. We had softball, we had baseball, and we had men's club soccer, which we did on women's lacrosse. So we had, was that 6 sports in a day?
You guys had women's lacrosse.
Yeah, so I was a student radio station, we would call women's lacrosse as well, so it was a pretty hectic day. So that was probably as busy as it got, but obviously with the women's basketball, men's basketball into spring sports transition, probably 4 sports would be the biggest and most you would have to take on in a day.
Yeah, this week, I don't know that it's going to be the same day, but we have baseball today. Women's basketball is here tomorrow. Men's basketball at Santa Barbara. Tuesday, baseball here against Tulane. We'll be here. Wednesday is the doubleheader for women's water polo.
Right.
As Park gets kind of jammed, pops it up, out to the grass and left. Here comes Colby Wallace calling off Naviak and makes the catch for the second out.
And then, of course, Thursday, Davis here for basketball.
For men's basketball. Friday.
And the baseball begins.
We're starting back with baseball. And Saturday, the women here are back here for women's basketball. And that's with softball away. That's a busy schedule.
That's a good point. Softball out at Mary Nutter. And then in 2 weeks, you have the Judy Garmin here. Mm-hmm. You'll have UC San Diego on the road here against men's basketball. And you'll have Texas here for baseball. So we'll have basketball, softball, and baseball all going in the same day.
And Wes Clements was here watching Stanford because he has Stanford on the Pac-12 networks and been broadcasting here at Fullerton for a long time.
Yep.
So he was in here and we were talking to him, and he thought the parking lot was crowded today. And it is, because we have a big crowd here on this Sunday. But coming those weeks, just plan to be here. If you're coming to Goodwin Field or you're coming to one of these events, plan to navigate a crowded parking lot.
Yeah, people don't realize there's actually these massive parking structures.
That's right.
Sort of across campus towards Titan Gymnasium that you can park into.
If you're willing to walk a little bit.
With these days getting nicer and nicer. It's not too bad during the day. At night, maybe not so much. You want to get here and...
Oh, yeah. Parking until 5 o'clock on Friday. You got to pay for parking. Thank you. I think that was Dylan in there.
Yeah, shout out Dylan, our producer today.
Yeah. After 5 o'clock on Friday, you are good through the weekend. For parking.
I hope Dylan's voice isn't too strained. He's been yelling at us when we're back on air.
Line drive. Tagged off the glove of Zach Lou into left. And that makes the drop by Naviak at short even bigger because Tommy Troy turns one around and lines his way on base.
Yeah, that one's definitely a hit. You know, as much as Zach Lou could have made a surreal play, a Manny Machado-like play out there at third, I mean, that was so hot off the bat. You have milliseconds to react, and he knocked it down but couldn't get enough behind it to make the catch, and all of a sudden you have that tying run in scoring position with the two most dangerous hitters in the lineup, two guys who have homered today, Carter Graham, Brandon Montgomery, and then Malcolm Moore in the hole all due up here in the next three. Well, with 2 outs on the board, if you're Cal State Fullerton, again, this is why the conversation's being had on the mound with the infield. It's time to play some strategy. Try and make these batters work. Don't worry about hitting the zone early in these counts. Make them think, make them work, and try to limit the damage done here to 2 hits.
Not much going on here in the Titan bullpen, even though that looked like more or less of a stall tactic. The Titans in the bullpen with JoJo Ingrassia, but it wasn't like he was throwing pitches at a rapid rate trying to get loose.
Right.
But now they do make the call, so maybe he was already ready, and now the call to the bullpen as the Titans hold on to a 7-6 lead here in the 8th inning. We had a timeout in the 8th. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Ripken, 8th inning. Titans 7-6, and really a play away by JT Naviak at short from being out of the 8th inning before anybody was even on base. Now they have to go to another bullpen. JoJo Ingrassia making his 2nd straight appearance. San Diego State transfer out of El Cajon from Valhalla High School. 6'1" lefty. Going to be facing Carter Graham.
Yeah, San Diego known for putting out very good pitching products. Not San Diego State so much, obviously. You point to Steven Strasburg, but high schools. Bonita Vista really good out there in Chula Vista out in East Valley. You have Valhalla High School and Granite Hills High School putting out some really good products, and Ingrassia was one of those during the 2017 class.
Osby pitched to start Carter Graham, who got off the schneid, an 0 for 8 first 2 games, homered to deep left center in the 1st inning worth 2 runs, walked in the 2nd, then struck out and flied out. 1 for 3. He looks at those flags breezing out, getting a workout out to left center, probably wants to try his luck to get one up in the jet stream. Fouls a pitch off and it's 0-2.
That's the interesting thing of sort of playing in this valley that we're in, Mike, with the hills surrounding us, that the wind can shift at any time, and it started out going to right and moved to center, and now it's blowing out to left, which benefits all these righty hitters in the in the batter's box.
Really does twist around here. 2 on, 2 out, 2 strikes on Carter Graham here. They're down a run, Stanford, here in the 8th inning. Now fastball outside, 1-2.
And we've seen the speed from Owen Cobb earlier in the series. So you don't have to do too much if you're Graham. You are behind in the count, you have to protect, but when you loop one out there in the shallow part of the field, in the outfield I should say, and this ball game's tied.
Absolutely. Titans have to protect a little bit. Protecting really the go-ahead run rather than the tying run. Breaking ball to check swing and no swing. Goodwin Field wanted all of that and didn't get it.
Everybody's an umpire, Mike. Only one that matters is the one behind the plate.
And in that case, first base.
Okay, the 4 on the field.
So, yeah. Two umpires really matter.
Yeah, the other 2, not so much.
The other guys are just spectators too.
Sometimes it feels like that.
And it's not like in basketball where the next time down the floor, the other referee can make a makeup call.
Right, yeah, there's no makeup calls in baseball.
2-2, breaking ball line. Another chance for Zach Lou. That one more handleable, if that's an SAT word or a word at all. 7-6 the Titans in the 8th inning. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin from Goodwin Field. And hey, we're going to educate you, especially, it doesn't matter if you're on the Fullerton side. If you're on the Stanford side and you're one of those people that was a 1400, 1500 SAT back in the day, or the modern, you
got a 38 on your ACT.
Right. So at some point the SAT went to 22, 23, 2400 scale. Now it's like back to 1600.
Yeah.
So if you're one of those high-scoring SAT people or the ACT people and need to know that handleable was a word, shame, shame. Tisk, tisk.
Mike Martinez, a maestro, a linguistical maestro, if you will. Immaculate vernacular, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Well, your word...
motif, juxtaposition.
Yeah. Antithesis. You were on it too.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I didn't even say that one right.
Pickoff for your Titans, 76, number 6, Alex Lora.
University of Oregon.
Yes, you could get a little bit lower than a 1680 on your SAT and get into Oregon, I would say.
Braden Montgomery, Malcolm Moore, and Drew Bowser are the batters due up for Stanford. 4, 5, and 6 in the 9th inning. But here in the bottom of the 8th inning, the Titans bat one more time, 7-6 Titans, with Maddox Lata leading off. Against the lefty, Ryan Bruno, the junior, 6'3", from Wellington, Florida.
Yeah, we saw Bruno on Friday night.
Last night.
Last night. These days are all mushing together.
That's what I'm saying. What about this next week? This is going to be mush.
It's going to be June before you know it. I'm going to be 30 before you know it. It's crazy. I mean, but this is what happens when you come out and you enjoy what you do. Time is sort of a construct.
Maddox Lata, dribbler to short. Owen Cobb, easy play. Out at first is Lata. And the Titans down to their last 2 outs here in the 8th. Leading by a run, JT Naviak is coming up. And Naviak could breathe a sigh of relief. Probably his heart stopped on that screaming line drive by Carter Graham. Top half of this inning. And Naviak was thankful that it went right to Zach Lou.
By the way, just a point of continuity, Cole Ehrman, the only Titan yet to reach base here in this ball game.
Not to reach base?
Not to reach base.
2 pop-ups or flyouts?
2 flyouts, 2 strikeouts. Everybody else has found their way on.
Titans were pretty close. They might have got 8 out of 9 guys on base on Friday.
Stanford had Saborn Campbell as the lone starter not to reach base. Natty hasn't gotten on base, Rios as well, but those 2 guys were pinch hitters. Potent offenses on both sides.
Yeah, Titans is getting a lot of base runners. It was Brendan Bobo, Brendan Bobo and Naviak on Friday night, the only 2 Titans that didn't get on base. Naviak takes a look inside, 2-1. Yesterday, everybody got on base yesterday for the Titans. 3-1 from Bruno. Bruno was 30 pitches last night, pitched 1 inning, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. And the numbers would indicate it was kind of all over the place. Indeed it was. 3-2 on JT Naviak.
Yeah, good comebacker there from Bruno. 92-mile-an-hour fastball, low right corner of the zone. Naviak didn't really know what to do with it, so we watched it in there for strike 2.
Nobody on base and 1 out for the Titans. Naviak fouls away. Letter high fastball. Lots of pitchers used by Stanford. Now they've come back, today and pitched some of the same guys a second time. Titans, a lot of the guys who pitched today pitched last night. Finchester, 62 pitches. Haven't seen him since Friday. Strike 3 on Naviak.
Gotta credit Alberto Rios behind the plate. That one may have just missed the zone, but when you're a catcher and you can frame that quickly and that eloquently, you can steal a strike, and right there, Rios may have stolen the strikeout.
Alberto Rios is a guy that he's going to be fighting for playing time.
Yep.
I mean, he's shown big improvement for his bat.
Yeah, defensively, he seems like he's right there with Sam, and if he can get some consistency on the offensive side, I mean, this is a good problem to have if you're Stanford.
Moore is more than likely going to be a DH, maybe sprinkling in there as a catcher, but it was a fairly tough night last night. He probably have to get a little bit better than what he showed last night.
Yeah, but you can't take his bat out.
But you can't take the bat, so DH is his spot for sure.
100%.
Caden Connor, 2 out, nobody on base. Bruno overthrows the fastball there high. Next Stanford arm would be Trevor Moore, the freshman out of Colorado, who came in on Friday night.
Yeah, he was the 5th and final pitcher on opening night. There's another strike stolen. Boy, not sure if Rios ever worked in a picture factory because his framing is just perfect. Maybe he's a photographer.
Your workplace since the early going has
tailed off a bit.
There's Caden Connor. Wow. Look at this one. Way gone. 8-6 Titans.
Connor with the bomber.
Now you're back.
Titans pad the lead.
Second home run of the day for the Titans. Both they have enjoyed. Bobo enjoyed his. That's why Lopez, after he struck out Bobo last inning, kind of gave it right back to Bobo. Connor enjoyed that one, walking up towards first base before rounding him.
2 home runs for the Titans today after none through the first 2 games of the series, and the offense showing that they're dynamic.
And Nate Nankill doesn't want to be through just yet. Ground ball base hit through the left side. 3rd hit today for Nate Nankill, his second 3-hit day of the weekend.
And when I say they're dynamic, that was sort of teed up perfectly because they played small ball through the first 2 games of the weekend. Today, more power behind their swings. But they get it done in a myriad of ways, and it has not been easy on the Stanford rotation. And now the pressure's on the Cardinal. Titans looking to extend this lead.
Yeah, pressure right now to stop it here at a 2-run deficit, and pressure because now they're chasing 2 in the 9th. A real spiked pitch by Bruno. Radar showed that as a fastball. Yeah, that was a spiked pitch. It didn't even hit the dirt in front of home plate. That hit the grass.
Yeah, ground crew won't be too happy about that one.
We'll have to go in and fix the divot.
I think a mini crater may have fallen in Goodwin Field. And Bruno looks rattled right now.
Caden Connor touched him for Connor's first home run, his 5th career home run. Connor had 4 bombs last year. Rios can't do anything about that one, and Nankiel comes to third, stops with 2 out.
Nankiel probably could have gone home, but he sort of sauntered over to third instead of busting his tail, and at home, Zach Lou sort of giving him a look like you could have been our 9th run, but I think you'll be okay with the advancement nonetheless.
Nankiel's playing the trends if Bruno missed that badly on these last 2 pitches. He's waiting for the 3rd one.
Yeah, I mean, he should be halfway down the line on release. If I'm Lou, I'm not even lifting the bat.
Up high for ball 3. So there was the adjustment for Bruno. Brought it back up.
Bit of overcompensation.
The old overcorrects. Picks up a strike.
Now you got to wonder, though, if you're Bruno or if you're Lou facing Bruno right now, you're probably going to see another heater down the middle.
3-1. Up high. I want to say Bruno walked Lou yesterday, kind of the same situation. You know, it's not that easy for most pitchers to pitch Lou strike zone anyway.
Right.
And now you have a guy that's having his troubles. And you asked him to spot up a 3-2. Or in that case, he needed to spot up 2 consecutive, a 3-1 and then a 3-2.
Yeah, that'll be it for Bruno.
They're just going to do it.
Yeah, you have to really minimize this deficit if you're Stanford right now. All the momentum back to the Titans.
And that's why even with 2 out, they had 2 out, nobody on base. They had guys up behind them. With Trevor Moore, could be the next one.
Well, they might keep him out there with 2 outs, but a 2-run and a 3-run deficit in the top of the 9th is a very different ballgame, Mike.
Yeah, the only thing that might keep him in here is that he gets to go lefty-lefty on Colby Wallace.
Right.
Because there's 2 righties in the bullpen for Stanford.
Yeah, so maybe a benefit of the doubt here for Bruno. But, I mean, you have Brandon Montgomery, Malcolm Moore, and Drew Bowser. 4, 5, and 6 hitters doing for Stanford, which spells good things. But, again, a 2-run and a 3-run deficit with 3 more outs to go is a very different ballgame when you're on the other side of things.
Runners at the corners for the Titans here in the bottom of the 8th. They have the run on the Caden Connor home run. And Colby Wallace faces Ryan Bruno. Bruno struck him out last night. Fastball pulled down and away, 1-0.
Yeah, just a lot of overcorrection, and haven't been particularly impressed with how Stanford has gone about their pitch calling this game, Mike. It's been very predictable from a Titan perspective, and they really haven't corrected it themselves.
Gonna score a run here. No stopping Nankiel. Rios reached for that, didn't get it. Lou kept on going to third because Rios walked the ball back to the home plate circle. And Lou kept on going to third. Unless time was called.
They're telling him to go back to second.
Maybe because the Titans were out of the dugout and Rios then couldn't see.
Oh, dugout interference, if you will?
Perhaps.
Yeah, both umpires emphatically agree with each other. And you can't interfere as a player not in the game with the action. And Coach Dietz begrudgingly takes the call and turns back to the dugout.
That's the only thing that saved Rios, was that the Titans were, I guess, in his way a little bit. So Eager comes out. Now he's going to take the ball from Ryan Bruno, but it's perhaps a pitch too late. As the wild pitch scored, 3 wild pitches got Nankiel around the bases. And it's 9-6 the Titans here in the 8th inning. 9-6 lead. Titans with a 9-6 lead. This inning really turned around on Stanford. It's interesting. You don't see umpires discuss a call really after the fact. The umpires here discussing what they called and why they called it. Why exactly couldn't advance all the way to third. When Rios apparently was just walking the ball back to the home plate circle, didn't identify that Lou was turning second, going for third. 9-6 the Titans. Those are two big runs. The Connor 2 out, nobody on home run. Nankiel with a base hit into left and brought around on 3 wild pitches. So they give it back. They give the ball to Trevor Moore now. Lou at second. Spike pitch on Colby Wallace takes it to a 3-ball count.
Yeah, that's a tough situation to come into as a pitcher. Obviously, the momentum on the Titans side, the crowd into it, but you immediately come in down in the count 2-0. You don't really have much room to maneuver.
For those that have been kind of just coming to Titan baseball now, Goodwin Field used to be like this and used to be a real home field advantage. Of course, it takes a really good team to be a home field advantage, but Goodwin Field, when these types of opponents would show up, these fans would be into it. They get on these pitchers, and they work on them just like the Titan batters do.
No, we haven't seen Superfan Keith yet.
I think I heard him maybe yesterday.
Oh, he was here yesterday. Okay, good. Because he definitely helps generate a lot of the vibes here at Goodwin Field.
Cole Ehrman. Enough of a block by Rios. Keeps the runners where they are.
Another double-digit game in the hit column, Mike, for Cal State Fullerton. It's got to feel good if you're the offense right now. Obviously, you have more business to take care of in the top of the ninth, but this team has been firing on all cylinders offensively. There's a strike. Oh, actually, excuse me, it's a ball. They said he didn't go around.
2 balls and no strikes. 166 more pitches for Stanford pitching today. 179 last night. 141. Didn't pitch the 9th inning on Friday. Ehrman takes a look. Fastball for a strike. The other number I'm looking for is the walks. 6 walks today by Stanford. There were 12 walks last night. 2 walks on Friday.
20?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Foul off by Ehrman.
That was the best math I think I've ever done. Fastest math for sure. Don't ask me to count the strikeouts, though. There's way too many.
12 strikeouts by Stanford pitching today.
Yep.
And 6 walks.
2-to-1 ratio, still pretty solid with the Titans' approach to small ball. Here's the thing, though, is when you strike out 12 but give up 11 hits and 9 runs, you know, it's tough to point at the strikeouts as a positive in the score call or in the stat sheet. Obviously, it's a good thing, but it didn't really amount to anything other than a couple of Ks in the individual pitching columns for these pitchers.
Another breaking ball, and Ehrman lays off it.
7th walk.
Third this inning and 3rd straight. Bases loaded for the Titans with 2 outs for Moises Guzman. Guzman a 1 for 4 so far today.
Nice pitch.
Big breaking ball for a strike.
Yeah, a little 12-6 action, 78 miles an hour on the gun.
Titans have not had the leadoff batter on today. And yet they scored 9 runs with 11 hits.
Ooh, I'm not sure where that one missed. That's interesting, though, Mike, when you think about like the psychology behind that. Because the leadoff batter is typically the tone setter, but that wasn't the case today for Cal State Fullerton. It was the 2 and 3 batters in each inning's order that initiated the offense for the remainder of the team.
6 for 13 with 2 outs, the Titans today, regardless of runners on or whatever.
That's fantastic. You're going just under 500 on that. That is a really good stat. It's something that you can take with you.
Runners in scoring position, 4 for 8. Runners on base, 5 for 13. 1 and 2. Hanger up and over the shoulders of Guzman. 2 and 2. Again, it's 4, 5, and 6 for the Stanford Cardinal in the ninth, but right now chasing 3, and Guzman trying to make it more. He has a couple of 2-run hits in the series, but he's still waiting for his pitch. 3 and 2 now.
He'd be okay with a walk into a RBI as well.
Runners are going to go here. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Goodwin Field all over it. On ball 4. 10-6 the Titans.
And by the way, the Zach Lou run that just crossed the plate is earned to Bruno. That would be his final runner earned.
And Lou was the first of 4 straight walks. 4 straight walks by Stanford here in the 8th inning.
Third run crossing the plate for the Titans. A 10 spot on the third-ranked team in the nation on a Sunday afternoon. You anticipated a good game. I'm not sure you thought that this is exactly what was going to happen offensively.
Almost an overthrow to the backstop. Rios got out of his crouch quickly to save that one. With Brendan Bobo at the plate. That second righty that was up when Bruno was in, and Moore eventually was one of those 2 and came in. They still have that righty backing up Moore in case he can't get Bobo and the Titans bat around. 1-0 on Bobo. Down and in with a fastball. Bobo launched a 3-run homer in the first inning, part of a 5-run first. Bobo hit by a pitch. 11-6 the Titans.
And that puts the Titans batting around here in the inning as well.
4 straight walks, followed by a hit batter.
And that run does go into Moore.
Wallace carries it in for the Titans. And this is all with, it's a 4 spot when it was 2 out, nobody on base.
Yeah, and it looks like Torin O'Haron, freshman from Rockland, California, is going to make his season debut.
We'll take a timeout. Another Stanford pitching change. 11-6 Titans. The unraveling of the Stanford bullpen has not been stopped yet. And they go to a freshman out of Rockland, Torin O'Haron, number 18, 6-foot freshman righty.
O'Haron was the 19th best righty out of the state of California last year out of Rockland. 47th best player in the state of California. Already inducted into the Rockland High School Hall of Fame.
Wow. There's no 5-year waiting period, I guess.
When you were as good as he was, you were trying to get him in as quickly as possible, but he comes in to his collegiate debut in the toughest spot that you can ask for. A bullpen arm, bases loaded, and the bleeding just continuing. You got to hemorrhage it somehow.
Batting slots at the plate is the 10th batter of the inning. He started this thing with a ground out to short.
Well, and Moore couldn't even get an out, by the way.
Could he get a strike even?
Yeah, I mean, 3 walks and a hit by a hit batter.
There weren't a lot of strikes, much less outs. Not to pile on. 1 ball and 1 strike.
But this is a statement game, I think, for Cal State Fullerton, right? Stanford's going to be really good. Their offense is fantastic. They'll tie up some of those loose ends as the season goes on. This is the first weekend of the season.
1-1 off-speed pitch and a lot of out in front.
Ooh, that was gorgeous. But, you know, again, I think you can't diminish the statement that the Titans have made here. If they can find a way to hold on to this 5-run lead and get out of here with the series win, because again, being picked 4th in the conference means that they could be the best team in the conference. They could be 7th like they were last year. Coaches didn't really know. They just know that this program rides on prestige. 17 players returning, 4 grade transfers, 28 newcomers. Tough to figure out what they're going to look like, but I think they're really showing everybody, especially the offense, how dynamic they are.
It's been a pretty consistent barrage, not of power, but of quality at-bats.
Yep.
And not swinging at bad pitches, not getting yourself out.
They're going to make you work, right? If you're a pitcher on the mound, get ready to throw a ton of pitches against these guys because they're here to display patience, keep 2 strike counts alive, and just frustrate you.
Lada took his cut, fouled it off.
Yeah, somebody told O'Hara to go out there and throw only curveballs because we've seen 75 miles an hour on the gun each pitch.
141 pitches, 179 pitches, 181 pitches for Stanford this weekend.
That's tough. And they have Cal on Tuesday.
Yep. Cal Tuesday and Rice coming in next week. Slow breaking pitch. Got Lada. He makes the first and last out, but in between, a 4 spot for the Titans that makes Stanford chase a big number in the 9th inning. 11-6 the Titans. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin from Goodwin Field, where the Titans are 3 outs away from winning a series against the Stanford Cardinal here to start the year. Strike 1 on Braden Montgomery as Jojo Ingracia starts this 9th inning. If you're wondering about a potential Titan closer, Andrew Morones, not only warming up in the 8th inning when this game was still close, continues to warm up here as we start the 9th. Montgomery a fly ball, and it's tailing foul. Ooh, close to being a home run, end up over the fence.
Of course, last year the Titans dropped 2 of 3, but in 2020 they won the series. They actually had a 3-game winning streak between 2019 and 2020. Dropped the 2019 series 2 games to 1. So this would actually be a split if the Titans could pull this out. Both teams would have 2 series wins under their belt over the last 4. And I think it's just time to re-up this rivalry for the foreseeable future because, you know, we talk about this being the 10th series between these 2 schools since 2000. Stanford is 68-54 coming into the series, and now 69-55 against the Titans all time. 5-5 in the last 10, now 6-6 rather.
Montgomery gets on one of those breaking balls and hits it, lines it right over Zach Blue's head, down the left field line, a fair ball into the corner, and Montgomery legs out a leadoff double here in the 9th inning.
Game ain't over yet. A lot of Stanford fans left the premises during that break, and a couple of Titans fans on their tails as well, but there is plenty of baseball to be played with the middle of this order. Malcolm Moore, who has done damage largely this weekend in each of his at-bats for the pair of homers today. Looking to try and cut into the deficit.
In the dirt. First one on Malcolm Moore for ball 1. Moore a couple of home runs today. 3 in the series. And you can play around a little bit because you have a 5-run lead. Gracia gets the outside corner.
Yeah, Moore recognized it too. I don't know how you're going to tag that though. That is such a good pitch. Sort of on the fringe of the outer zone.
And Gracia did not pitch a lot in 2 years at San Diego State. Only 10 innings total for 2 years, 5 appearances and 6 appearances. Can't quite nab the corner the second time. As we continue on with this 9th inning, we're going to kind of give some grades here, or just an assessment of maybe both teams. The eye test for Stanford, obviously the pitching's got to get a lot better and efficient. Their bats seem fine.
Yeah.
More, they're not striking out maybe a lot.
Yeah, and obviously for Fullerton, you could say it the same, right? I mean, look, their offense has been more than potent enough to keep them in each game. Won the Friday game, has them out in front, but now all of a sudden you turn around, there's 2 guys on and nobody out here in the 9th for Stanford, Drew Bowser. But pitching has a long way to go for both these teams, I would say.
We talked about the Stanford pitch totals. Titans, really good on Friday night, 153 pitches between the two guys. Last night, the Titans were at 187, and tonight, 154. So it could come down a little bit. Bowser into one, towards the scoreboard, over Wallace's head, and just like that, it's a two-run game. 11-8. Drew Bowser hits a home run and says, not so fast. The Titans still need 3 outs, and Stanford, now they're only chasing 2.
Yeah, the bats are definitely okay, Mike.
Right?
That's 3 homers between Malcolm Moore and Drew Bowser today. That's 6 RBIs between the two guys as well.
Bowser's second home run of the weekend. 3 hits last night and a homer today.
Boy. By the way, it's Henry Gargis up.
Henry Gargis started last night in left field. Swings on the first one and gives the Titans a very quick out. Added in for Nadi. The game in the series now comes down to Alberto Rios taking his second at bat. Rios went to Stanford at a Bosco High, St. John Bosco here, Bellflower area. One of those big Trinity League schools.
Yeah, the pitcher I was telling you about during the break at UCLA, his last name's escaping me. He played football at St. John Bosco, and he's projected to be a first-round pick as a Saturday starter.
Does he play football?
He played football and baseball at St. John Bosco.
Oh, okay.
He was actually a wide receiver in a game I called St. John Bosco Orange Lutheran a couple of years ago.
Because John Vaughns was playing football and baseball. Was that his son, John Vaughns?
John Vaughns hit a home run yesterday against Omaha as well.
Interesting. 1-1 pitch on Rios. Strike 2 on Rios.
Yeah, Bosco puts out multi-sport athletes. Obviously claims to football, but baseball and basketball pretty good too.
Yeah, because they claim Nomar Garcia-Parra, and I think they also claim Evan Longoria. Evan Longoria, if you're a Fullerton Titan fan talking about Long Beach State baseball. Yep, Longoria and Garcia-Parra.
Yep.
2-2 on Rios.
And now Alberto Rios.
Just like the prophecy foretold, Garcia-Parra, Longoria, and Rios. 3-2 on Alberto.
And Gracia needs to settle in here. I think he's overthinking some of these pitches, overextending.
This is it. You got to get 8-9. Try not to turn it over. Back at him and off his leg. It's going to be a tough play for Lou. An impossible play for Lou. Just didn't get on the bounce over to him.
Yeah.
Straight. He had to chase it a little bit. Otherwise, Lou, I think, would have been thinking about making that play. And now we're thinking about Ingracia's shin bone.
Yeah, he immediately went down as he made contact with the ball, and that came hot off the bat.
Rios with a base hit, bringing the tying run to the plate here in the 9th inning. It is one of those Sunday games.
Slow Sunday. And those never feel good. I mean, you hear horror stories about guys who fracture their femurs.
Yeah, it could be kneecap, shin bone, ankle bone, foot.
Inverted knee, ACL, MCL, PCL. But I think that, the way he's walking, I wouldn't go that extreme. I'm not a doctor, but certainly nothing good. Yeah, right on his knee. It's interesting, Mike, with this game. Because it's never how you start, it's always how you finish, right? Stanford, 3-run spot in the first. Titans respond with 5. They've been up for the entirety of the game since then. But they're letting Stanford hang around. And if this is a precedent that you establish early in the season, I mean, that gets dangerous. Especially come Big West play. We always sort of make the joke, it's the Wild Wild West, and it is. I mean, UCSB and Long Beach State and Irvine all looking really good this season. And you want to make sure that you establish the right precedents in the preseason that you can take with you into conference play. And it looks like Ingracia's day is done.
Yeah, almost no reason to leave him in right now. And the Titans go into the bullpen to try to finish this one off. They still need 2 outs. Stanford 2 runs from a tie. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin, it's not over yet. Stanford has closed it to an 11-9 Titan lead. With 1 out, Andrew Morones gets his first Titan appearance coming out of Tracy, California, and San Joaquin Delta College. He's a 6-foot sophomore righty.
Yeah, San Joaquin consistently one of the top 4 teams nationally ranked in the junior college level. Obviously, the CCAA plays its own sort of category of baseball, separate from the NJCAA, but San Joaquin typically deemed better than anybody, and Morenos was part of that war last year.
As a junior college pitcher, he was 10 strikeouts per 9 innings. He's facing the bottom of the order, Owen Cobb. Titans on Friday night ended things by inducing a double play ball, hoping not to get it back to the top of the order, where Eddie Park sits on deck.
Yeah, Cobb singled in his last 2 at-bats, sort of found his stride in the batter's box. You have to find a way to make sure you stave off any really good contact if you're Morenos, but you have to find the zone as well.
Struggling. 3 balls and no strikes on Owen Cobb. Cobb has 2 hits his last 2 at-bats, 2 for 4 on the day. And 4 hits over the last 2 days. Morones out of the stretch, and the 3-0 is up. Puts the tying run on for the top of the Stanford order, still with just 1 out.
And now things get interesting. Eddie Park stepping in, Mike. 6th at-bat. Mr. Park. He also got hit when he walked to that first one.
It's interesting that Stanford made things late in the game last time when they got an insurance run in the 9th and got to put bases loaded. He wanted to put bases loaded. The Titans makes it away from a tie. They had a great play at shortstop to end it. The Titans are almost in a similar situation. The Titans go to the bullpen once again. The unraveling of the Stanford bullpen has not been stopped yet. And they go to a freshman out of Rockland, Torrin O'Haron, number 18, 6-foot freshman righty.
O'Haron was the 19th best righty out of the state of California last year out of Rockland. 47th best player in the state of California. Already inducted into the Rockland High School Hall of Fame.
Wow. There's no 5-year waiting period, I guess.
When you were as good as he was, you were trying to get him in as quickly as possible, but he comes in to his collegiate debut in the toughest spot that you can ask for. A bullpen arm, bases loaded, and the bleeding just continuing. You got to hemorrhage it somehow.
Maddox Lotta at the plate is the 10th batter of the inning. He started this thing with a ground out to short.
Well, and Moore couldn't even get an out, by the way.
Could he get a strike even?
Yeah, I mean, 3 walks and a hit by a hit batter.
There weren't a lot of strikes, much less outs. Not to pile on. 1 ball and 1 strike.
But this is a statement game, I think, for Cal State Fullerton, right? Stanford's going to be really good. Their offense is fantastic. They'll tie up some of those loose ends as the season goes on. This is the first weekend of the season.
1-1 off-speed pitch and Lotta out in front.
Whew, that was gorgeous. But, you know, again, I think you can't diminish the statement that the Titans have made here. If they can find a way to hold on to this 5-run lead and get out of here with the series win, because again, being picked fourth in the conference means that they could be the best team in the conference. They could be seventh like they were last year. Coaches didn't really know. They just know that this program rides on prestige. 17 players returning, 4 great transfers, 28 newcomers. Tough to figure out what they're going to look like, but I think they're really showing everybody, especially the offense, how dynamic they are.
It's been a pretty consistent barrage, not of power, but of quality at-bats.
Yep.
And not swinging at bad pitches, not getting yourself out.
They're going to make you work, right? If you're a pitcher on the mound, get ready to throw a ton of pitches against these guys because they're here to display patience, keep 2 strike counts alive, and just frustrate you.
Lada took his cut, fouled it off.
Yeah, somebody told O'Hara to go out there and throw only curveballs because we've seen 75 miles an hour on the gun each pitch.
141 pitches, 179 pitches, 181 pitches for Stanford this weekend.
That's tough. And they have Cal on Tuesday.
Yep. Cal Tuesday and Rice coming in next week. Slow breaking pitch. Got Lada. He makes the first and last out, but in between, a 4 spot for the Titans that makes Stanford chase a big number in the 9th inning. 11-6 the Titans. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin from Goodwin Field, where the Titans are 3 outs away from winning a series against the Stanford Cardinal here to start the year. Strike 1 on Braden Montgomery as Jojo Ingracia starts this 9th inning. If you're wondering about a potential Titan closer, Andrew Morones, not only warming up in the 8th inning when this game was still close, continues to warm up here as we start the 9th. Montgomery, a fly ball, and it's tailing foul. Ooh, close to being a home run, ended up over the fence.
Of course, last year the Titans dropped 2 of 3, but in 2020 they won the series. They actually had a 3-game winning streak between 2019 and 2020. Dropped the 2019 series to 2 games to 1. So this would actually be a split. If the Titans could pull this out, both teams would have 2 series wins under their belt over the last 4. And I think it's just time to re-up this rivalry for the foreseeable future because, you know, we talk about this being the 10th series between these 2 schools since 2000. Stanford is 68-54 coming into the series, and now 69-55 against the Titans all time. 5-5 in the last 10, now 6-6 rather.
Montgomery gets on one of those breaking balls and hits it, lines it right over Zach Blue's head, down the left field line, a fair ball into the corner, and Montgomery legs out a leadoff double here in the 9th inning.
Game ain't over yet. A lot of Stanford fans left the premises during that break, and a couple of Titans fans on their tails as well, but there is plenty of baseball to be played with the middle of this order. Malcolm Moore, who has done damage largely this weekend in each of his at-bats, with a pair of homers today. Looking to try and cut into the deficit.
In the dirt. First one on Malcolm Moore for ball 1. Moore, a couple of home runs today. 3 in the series. And you could play around a little bit because you have a 5-run lead. And Gracia gets the outside corner.
Yeah, Moore recognized it too. I don't know how you're going to tag that, though. That is such a good pitch. Sort of on the fringe of the outer zone.
And Gracia did not pitch a lot in 2 years at San Diego State. Only 10 innings total for 2 years, 5 appearances and 6 appearances. Can't quite nab the corner the second time. As we continue on with this 9th inning, we're going to kind of give some grades here, or just an assessment of maybe both teams. The eye test for Stanford, obviously the pitching's got to get a lot better and efficient. Their bats seem fine.
Yeah.
More. They're not striking out maybe a lot.
Yeah, and obviously for Fullerton, you could say the same, right? I mean, look, their offense has been more than potent enough to keep them in each game. Won the Friday game, has them out in front, but now all of a sudden you turn around, there's 2 guys on and nobody out here in the 9th for Stanford, Drew Bowser. But pitching has a long way to go for both these teams, I would say.
We talked about the Stanford pitch totals. Titans really good on Friday night, 153 pitches between the 2 guys. Last night the Titans were at 187, and tonight 154. So it could come down a little bit. Bowser into 1, towards the scoreboard, over Wallace's head, and just like that, it's a 2-run game. 11-8. Drew Bowser hits a home run and says, not so fast. The Titans still need 3 outs, and Stanford, now they're only chasing 2.
Yeah, the bats are definitely okay, Mike.
Right?
That's 3 homers between Malcolm Moore and Drew Bowser today. That's 6 RBIs between the 2 guys as well.
Bowser's second home run of the weekend. 3 hits last night and a homer today.
Boy. By the way, it's Henry Gargis up.
Henry Gargis started last night in left field. Swings on the first one and gives the Titans a very quick out. Had it there for Nadi. The game in the series now comes down to Alberto Rios taking his second at bat. Rios went to Stanford at a Bosco High, St. John Bosco here, Bellflower area. One of those big Trinity League schools.
Yeah, the pitcher I was telling you about during the break at UCLA, his last name's escaping me. He played football at St. John Bosco, and he's projected to be a first-round pick as a Saturday starter.
Does he play football?
He played football and baseball at St. John Bosco.
Oh, okay.
He was actually, a wide receiver in a game I called St. John Bosco Orange Lutheran a couple of years ago.
Because John Vaughns was playing football and baseball. Was that? It's not John Vaughns.
John Vaughns hit a home run yesterday against Omaha as well.
Interesting. 1-1 pitch on Rios. Strike 2 on Rios.
Yeah, Bosco puts out multi-sport athletes. Obviously claimed for football, but baseball and basketball pretty good too.
Yeah, because they claim Nomar Garcia Parra, and I think they also claim Evan Longoria. Evan Longoria, if you're a Fullerton Titan fan talking about Long Beach State baseball. Yep, Longoria and Garcia Parra. Yep. 2-2 on Rios.
And now Alberto Rios.
Just like the prophecy foretold, Garcia Parra, Longoria, and Rios. 3-2 on Alberto.
And Gracia needs to settle in here. I think he's overthinking some of these pitches, overextending.
This is it. You got to get 8 and 9. Try not to turn it over. Back at him and off his leg. Going to be a tough play for Lou. An impossible play for Lou. Just didn't get on the bounce over to him.
Yeah.
Straight. He had to chase it a little bit. Otherwise, Lou, I think, would have been thinking about making that play. And now we're thinking about Ingracia's shin bone.
Yeah, he immediately went down as he made contact with the ball, and that came hot off the bat.
Rios with a base hit, bringing the tying run to the plate here in the 9th inning. It is one of those Sunday games.
Slow Sunday. And those never feel good. I mean, you hear horror stories about guys who fracture their femurs.
Yeah, it could be kneecap, shin bone, ankle bone, foot.
Inverted knee, ACL, MCL, PCL. But I think that, the way he's walking, I wouldn't go that extreme. I'm not a doctor, but certainly nothing good. Yeah, right on his knee. It's interesting, Mike, with this game. Because it's never how you start, it's always how you finish, right? Stanford, 3-run spot in the first. Titans respond with 5. They've been up for the entirety of the game since then. But they're letting Stanford hang around. And if this is a precedent that you establish early in the season, I mean, that gets dangerous, especially come Big West play. We always sort of make the joke it's the Wild Wild West, and it is. I mean, UCSB and Long Beach State and Irvine all looking really good this season. And you want to make sure that you establish the right precedents in the preseason that you can take with you into conference play. And it looks like Ingrassio's day is done.
Yeah, almost no reason to leave him in right now. And the Titans go into the bullpen to try to finish this one off. They still need 2 outs. Stanford 2 runs from a tie. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin, it's not over yet. Stanford has closed it to an 11-9 Titan lead. With 1 out, Andrew Morones gets his first Titan appearance coming out of Tracy, California, and San Joaquin Delta College. He's a 6-foot sophomore righty.
Yeah, San Joaquin consistently one of the top 4 teams nationally ranked in the junior college level. Obviously, the CCAA plays its own sort of category of baseball, separate from the NJCAA, but San Joaquin typically deemed better than anybody, and Morenos was part of that lore last year.
As a junior college pitcher, he was 10 strikeouts per 9 innings. He's facing the bottom of the order, Owen Cobb. Titans on Friday night ended things by inducing a double play ball. They're hoping not to get it back to the top of the order, where Eddie Park sits on deck.
Yeah, Cobb singled in his last 2 at-bats. Sort of found his stride in the batter's box. You have to find a way to make sure you stave off any really good contact if you're Morenos, but you have to find the zone as well.
Struggling. 3 balls and no strikes on Owen Cobb. Cobb has 2 hits his last 2 at-bats, 2 for 4 on the day. And 4 hits over the last 2 days. Morones out of the stretch, and the 3-0 is up. Puts the tying run on. For the top of the Stanford order, still with just 1 out.
Center fielder number 22, Eddie Park.
And now things get interesting. Eddie Park stepping in, Mike. 6th at-bat for Mr. Park. He hasn't gotten hit, but he walked in that first one.
It's interesting that Stanford made things late in the game last time when they got an insurance run in the 9th and got to put bases loaded, and the Titans were facing away from a tie. They had a great play at shortstop to end it. The Titans are almost in a similar situation. The Titans go to the bullpen once again. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin. The Titans still trying to get it to the 27th out. Right now just trying to get the 26th out, then get the 27th out. Ryan Falks, 6'3" sophomore righty from Rancho Santa Margarita. He prepped at Trabuco Hills and spent last year with San Diego State, where Jonathan, you saw him.
Yeah, I saw him a few times, a Tuesday reliever for San Diego State. Had a really good outing against the University of San Diego, tough outing against UCSD. His dad actually played Titans baseball from 1987 to 1990, went overseas to play in Japan, also played football for 8 years, so good genes, and of course a Titan, the son of a Titan alum.
And he comes out throwing a hard strike because Park a half swing and a foul off. 0-1. It wasn't there for Andrew Morones, walked his only batter on 4 pitches. And the Titans leading 11-9. Here's the 1-strike pitch, riding on lefty. Just inside, little movement on that one. 1-1 on Park. Park has a walk today, but 0 for 4. That was after he was on base 3 times yesterday with 2 singles. 1-1. Got him with an off-speed pitch. Strike 2 swinging.
Oof, a little bite to the end of that. Sinker action on the off-speeder. And this is a big pitch here, Mike. You want to find a way to get that second out on the board.
Tying run is at first base for Stanford. Game 3, 9th inning. 2-run ball game. Swing and a miss. Doubled up on him. Struck him out.
That's a huge strikeout. You can see how fired up Fox was on the strikeout. And you need to use that energy to push you here into this at-bat with Tommy Troy stepping in. Troy has reached base all but one time in this game. If you're Stanford, this is the guy you want up right now based on the themes that he has possessed in the number 2 spot. Patient at-bats.
2 for 3 today. 2 walks, a triple, and a single. And with 2 out, Tommy Troy definitely has power enough to get an extra base hit and bring the guy around from first base to try to tie it. Outside pitch, 1 ball and no strikes.
Hour and 3 hours and 41 minutes into the game, Mike.
Pretty close to what we had last night. 1-0 pitch, if not beyond it. Slider for a strike. 1-1. Tommy Troy had a home run yesterday among 2 hits. Was stopped on Friday. So good Saturday, good Sunday for Tommy Troy. And the Titans, their last chance to stop him here. With the count 1-1, a look back at second, and a hard fastball way outside. Important stop there by Cole Ehrman on the stab, as that keeps the tying run out of scoring position. 11 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error for the Titans. 9 runs and 10 hits for Stanford. Back and forth just like yesterday. The 2-1 pitch on Tommy Troy is a breaking ball in the dirt. And another good stop by Cole Ehrman.
Yeah, you have Carter Graham looming on deck. I know that Ryan Fox finds himself behind in the count, but now it's time to be meticulous, trying to extend this at-bat with Tommy Troy as long as possible. If you're Tommy Troy, I mean, you have a pitch to play with here.
3 balls and a strike. Outside. A little cut action on the fastball, and ball 4 moves the tying run into scoring position for Carter Graham.
And these are the guys that Stanford wants up. It's the 9th batter of the inning, Mr. Graham. He's 0 for his last 3, but he had that home run in the first. He walked in the second, and he is in prime real estate now, Mike.
How important were all 4 runs the Titans scored in the bottom of the 8th inning? Bases loaded for Stanford. Slider there on the corner. Not much disagreement from Carter Graham. The Chaminade Eagle trying to deliver here for the Cardinal. Base hit ties it. Front side slider, strike 2 called.
Oh man, you go back door, front door, 79 on both, and Stanford is down to their final out. The crowd can feel it. Trying to electrify this pitcher with their noise.
Good when field comes to its feet. 2 strikes and 2 out. Tying run at second. Goes the other side and just misses off the plate.
That was 1,000% a ball. I know the crowd wants to will this to a strike, but a good job by Carter Graham to stave off and live for another pitch.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Down, but not really down and dirty, because that's always the risk here. 2-2. Falks checks what's coming in from the dugout.
High fastball. You've gone outside, you've gone low. It's time to switch up the zone.
Here's his 2-2, chopped, third base line, trickling, finally foul. And Graham did not run that out. Maybe it was foul coming out of the box. Maybe it hit him on the way out. Because otherwise, Lou could have picked that one up. Oh, was there a time call maybe?
Well, the pitch clock hit 0 right before. Yeah, they're going to say that.
So they
charged him with a ball. They're saying that he ran out of time. That's the first time we've seen that this series. And that's a huge point that's being made across college baseball. You have 20 seconds, and Fox making a fundamental mistake right there, and now he faces a full count.
And the Titans didn't get the pitch in on time. 3-2. Slider. Ball 4. He held his swing. And Stanford will live for one more batter, walking in a run to make it 11-10. Give Stanford 4 in the 9th inning, and they'll bat around.
Right fielder number 6,
And the man who got it started, Braden Montgomery, steps in. Boy, what a slugfest this game has become.
Braden Montgomery, a double his last time up, swings and misses 0-1. This is Titan baseball. This is Titan baseball against Stanford all these years and decades that they've played.
And you can feel the history in every single moment.
0-1. Slider inside and missed, just barely. 1-1. The kiddos in front of the behind home plate can't almost contain themselves.
Yeah, they're trying to jump through that netting.
Yeah, right.
It's not for fan safety, it's for umpire safety.
Yeah, because they want to run around the bases after this game. In the air to left center, really tagged. Big time trouble. Montgomery has given Stanford the lead in the 9th inning. Could clear him. Relay to the plate. Doesn't get there. Stanford 13, the Titans 11.
This is just a pitch right belt high. Montgomery swinging all the way, squares it up, takes it into no man's land, and legs out, a bases clearing double. 7 runs for Stanford. What did we say early in the inning, Mike? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. You want to talk about grades? Pitching has gone from a C maybe down to a D here for Cal State Fullerton.
The only ones running around the bases on that one were the Stanford Cardinal. Montgomery, a bases clearing double to score Graham, Troy, and Cobb.
I also made this case last inning or in the 7th inning about how if you're Cal State Fullerton, you drop this game. You could point to the silver linings. I think this makes it more difficult when you have the lead intact. You're up by 6.
Absolutely.
Or up by 5, rather, coming into the 9th.
On the ground is Zach Lou. A little bit of a high throw, but does get him out of the inning. And now the Titans need 2 to tie and 3 to steal the series back from Stanford. Bottom of the 9th coming up, 13-11, the Cardinals. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin. This series has shown how far the Titans have come, but also shown this 9th inning has shown how far they still have to go. And a big sequence in the top of the 9th. Carter Graham was up in a 2-2 count, fouled off a pitch. Then they backtracked and charged. They charged Ryan Falks with not pitching in time. Pitch didn't come in on time. He didn't make the pitch in time. And that made it a 3-2 count. So then the next one ended up being ball 4, which extended the inning.
And the thing you notice on that next pitch, he only took about 5 seconds off the stretch rather than what happened in the previous at-bat where he ran out the pitch clock. And that changed the entire energy of the at-bat.
Like one of those delay of games in football that makes a 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 or something like that.
Yep, exactly.
Or sorry, makes a 3rd and 1, 3rd and 6.
Yep.
Or a 4th and 1, 4th and 6. Carter White pinch hits for the Titans here to start the bottom of the 9th inning. Torin O'Haron tries to finish it for Stanford, and he would get the win if he can finish it. Nobody up in the Stanford bullpen. In fact, nobody's even down there. Almost like they ran out of arms, or they've put complete faith on this Sunday in Torin O'Haron.
And Carter White was good last year. 276, 25 games, started 13 of them. 306 on base percentage.
Did a lot of his best stuff with in pinch hitting roles.
Yep. And that's why he's been tasked with coming in right now. Long Beach City College transfer. Lakewood High School alum.
He bats here for JT Naviak, bottom of the order.
Oh.
And got hit. That brings the tying run to the plate.
Ouch. That was a slider that started all the way out towards the right-hander's box and sort of went the radius of the play all the way around to the ankle. Or the left thigh, I should say.
The reason nobody was in the Stanford bullpen is because Braden Montgomery is their next pitcher. And Thomas Eager, the pitching coach, brings out Montgomery's pitching glove. That means Malcolm Moore has to come in and catch. Because he's the DH. So we have a timeout here. We'll let it get sorted out. 13-11. Stanford leading in the ninth inning. The Titans tying run at the plate. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin from Goodwin Field. Lots of changes for Stanford. Alberto Rios takes off the catcher's gear and moves to left. Henry Gargis, who pinch hit in the ninth inning and stayed in left, now goes to right. Malcolm Moore, who was the DH, now comes in and catches. So Rios from catcher to left, Gargis from left to right, Moore from DH to catcher. And for the first time this season, Braden Montgomery comes in from right field to the mound, grabs a blue glove. Last year he pitched and saved 2 games for Stanford. Caden Connor, top of the Titan order, is the tying run and homered his last time. Homered in the 8th inning, part of a 4-run inning that had the Titans up 11-6, but they gave it all the way back, all of it back and then some. Connor takes a strike and it reads 94. And Montgomery's going to bring some heat here. Was in 15 games last year, 3 starts and 2 saves. Connor saw 94, geared up for it, and almost got it, but tipped it back to the screen.
Yeah, this is going to be the fastest arm that the Titans have faced today by far. They've seen a ton of 74, 75 mile an hour curveballs and changeups, mid-80s on the sort of sinking and sliders, and here you are facing a 95 mile an hour fastball.
Off-speed pitch outside. Pitched the Friday game, the season opener last year in 2022 up on the farm. His first college game, saved that in a 1-0 Stanford win. 1-2 on Caden Connor. Nobody out in the Titan ninth. Looked like a breaking pitch hard inside. Missed 2-2. So we go all the way to 5 o'clock here. Not only is it 5 o'clock somewhere, but it's 5 o'clock just about here in the West.
Yeah, back in the first inning when I said I'm ready for a long day, I was being facetious.
Up the middle, Bowser gets it out of his glove to Cobb at second for a force play. Connor over at first. Too much of a slow roller, and up the middle to try to get a double play. They settle for 1, and the tying run still at the plate with Nate Nankill.
Exactly, you're okay with that if you're the Titans. We'll trade that out if you need to. Nankill has been a maestro getting on base today. He's reached base forward the 5 times he's been up. He has a pair of hits. Actually, it's a trio of hits.
Second 3-hit game this weekend for Nate Nankill. And the Titan leader in hits this weekend with 6.
95. Sorry about that.
Make that 7.
Yeah.
He had a hit yesterday. So 7 hits for Nankill, leading the Titans.
Some might call that a 3-game hitting streak. I know it's early. He hasn't hit 100% of the Titans games this season.
That's a good ratio.
How was that a strike? In the previous one, a ball. They look to be about in the same spot. And I think these home plate umpires are starting to feel the fatigue as well.
Yeah, mental fatigue for all of us on what's going to end up being, let's see if it's already 200. It's a 200 pitch game today for Stanford. That pitch that took it to 1-1 was the 200 pitch, now 201.
Nankill swung out of his shoes right there. Time to fight. I don't think that Montgomery's looking for anything much but fastballs right now.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Stanford leading by 2 runs here in the 9th inning. Strike 3 called on Nankill as Montgomery dots a fastball to the outside to freeze Nankill and strike him out. Titans down to their last out.
Yeah, this will be interesting for Zach Liu. He's been really good at extending at-bats. None more important than this moment.
Zach Liu today, a single and 2 walks. Montgomery can't get the outside this time. Missed pretty far outside. Tulane coming in on Tuesday. Game time will be 6 o'clock. Liu looks at the next one as well, and it's ball 2.
I mean, that pitch was the same as the strike that was called in the previous at-bat.
Yeah, pretty close to.
It's been a bit of an inconsistency here in the late innings. I think overall this crew's done pretty well over the course of the weekend.
2-1 on Zach Liu.
And just like these players and both these teams take some time to get their feet wet early parts of the season, same with these umpires. You know, they do fall ball, they do some winter ball, but nothing really gives you the reps like actual games here in the spring.
And all these different pitchers that you see. 2 balls and a strike. Liu turns on one and hammers it down the line. Zach Liu has tied the game.
Zach Liu, are you kidding me? That ball was launched over the new facilities. They have broken a parking lot car, if you will. Even the catcher, Moore, can't believe how far that one went. His jaw was to the floor.
Zach Liu, his 5th career home run, has tied us up at a baker's dozen with 2 out in the 9th inning.
I'm not exactly sure if we've seen... That was by far the furthest home run we've seen so far this week. I mean, by far. Man, what a mistake on the mound by Montgomery. And that's the problem when you pitch so fast, Mike, is if you leave one in the zone and the batter can square up in it, a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, the launching angle that Zach Liu took, that ball is absolutely destroyed.
Absolutely. Got around, really timed it up. Seen 94, 95 consistently. Zach Liu ties us up at 13 in the 9th inning with the Titans down to their last out. And he did launch it over the new baseball facility, right over Dietrich's office. There's a little party going on over there on the balcony. And Colby Wallace is now in a 3-0 count.
Yeah, this game not over yet, though, Mike. It's only 13-13. Well, I shouldn't say only. It is 13-13.
Your point facetiously was made validly. 3-0 on Colby Wallace. And he takes outside ball 4, and the winning run is on for the Titans with 2 out for Cole Ehrman. There's a lot of games that are hard to believe if you just read the box score. This one is hard to believe watching it in person.
I think we both gave up on our scorebooks for the most part because, I mean, I'm out of spots for pitchers. Both these teams have batted around twice this game in innings. And also, I'm pretty sure my ADHD doesn't like the fact that I've been really locked in for the last 5 hours of a ball game.
It's going to cost you somewhere. One ball and no strikes on Cole Ehrman. Going to want to take a nice dinner break before you drive home to San Diego tonight, Jonathan.
Oh, no, I just got a text from my girlfriend. She says dinner's being made right now, so I'll find a way to get it to just stick it out until we get back. I told her, though, settle in. We could be in for a long night up here in Cal State Fullerton.
Cole Ehrman trying to give one a ride and get Wallace and his wheels going. Slider outside. Last year, Montgomery in his first game for Stanford saved a 1-0 game. Could not save a 13-11 game as a sophomore. 2-1. 2-2.
That was a good pitch. Took something off, 91 on the gun.
It is a very Sunday game.
Sunday fun day, Mike.
Not for the pitching coaches.
It's a good point.
2-2. Fouled away.
26 runs combined. 23 hits combined. Baseball's back, baby.
And we talked about this is the game you want to see in the early season, get you ready for region. You don't want to see a game like this in the regionals when your season's on the line. Cole Ehrman into one. Might have got underneath it. Into left field for Rios. Now it's the center fielder who comes and gets it because Rios really not really experienced catching balls out there.
Gargis.
And we go to the 10th inning tied at 13. Unbelievable game on a Sunday. Looks like it used to be with the old bats.
Right.
4 hours, 20 plus runs, 20 plus hits.
I said in the first inning, I mean, I'm ready for a 25-23 ball game. I stand by that comment.
We had a 4-run bottom of the 8th for the Titans, a 7-run 9th for Stanford, and a 2-run 9th for the Titans with 2 out. Drew Bowser leads off against Ryan Fulks.
And new shortstop in for the Titans is Angelo Ailman.
A pop-up, big pop-up on the right side, tailing out of play over Keith Franklin and into the batting cage area. 1-2 on Bowser.
Bowser had that home run back in the 9th. He's reached base on, what is this, 5 of his 6 at-bats. Struck out in the 3rd. He reached on there in the 5th. Pretty good day for Mr. Bowser.
It almost feels like everyone's going to be on base 3 times today.
I know, you and I have been on base a few times.
Right, it's like an adult league game on a Sunday.
Right.
If you're not on base 3 times, you didn't show up. 1-2 on Drew Bowser. In the dirt. On deck is Gargis. They announced that Gargis went from left to right, but I think he went to center.
He was in center.
Yeah, it must have been.
Eddie Park went from left to right.
Okay. Into left, down the line. Bowser has another hit. That one's headed into the corner on a 2-2 pitch. Number 2 for Stanford, Drew Bowser. Leads their 10th off with a double. And trouble for the Titans right off the bat here in the 10th.
About this, both teams parallel right now. 13 runs, 12 hits. The only difference up on the board, though, is the Titans have an error by JT Naviak back in the 5th inning.
Gargis steps up for the 2nd time. He batted in the 9th. Grounded out to Caden Connor.
Big opportunity for Gargis here, too. Trying to take the lead. Nope, they're not even giving him that opportunity.
Probably doesn't have enough at-bats to get the
The green light.
Green light. So they're going to have them bunt here, and they're going to play for one.
Sacred Heart Prep, all 13 California native.
Not that one run is anywhere near safe in the game like this.
Oh, you don't say. We thought that 6 runs was safe.
Swing and a miss. He tried to slash.
I mean, look, it's early for the broadcasters in the season too, and it's a good lesson for us with Michigan and Texas coming to town to never write any team off.
We've learned a lot of lessons this week. It's been a learning weekend.
Isn't that the
swing and a miss? 0-2 on Gargis.
Isn't that the point of life? Is to always be learning?
They say that. They like to say that. People like to get on their soapbox and say that.
Oh, I'm on my broadcasting box and echoing that sentiment. It's the only way I can rationalize whatever the heck's gone on this weekend.
0-2 on Henry Gargis. Now he's trying to swing away. He was swinging away anyway. Now he strikes out, chasing one in the dirt. So Falks picks up a big punch out there. Now comes Rios.
Yeah, if you're Stanford, you don't want to waste that opening or that game, the inning leading off double. Boy, words are hard to come by in the 10th, but I know that you have your 8-9 batters ready to go here. You have to find a way to reward Drew Bowser.
Nothing worse for the old guard of baseball to see a leadoff double wasted. And back to the pitcher, and Falks, can he get the throw off to second? Not in time.
That's a mistake.
He pumped it and held it just a little bit too long, and Bowser made a break and didn't hesitate. He went straight back.
There was no reason to make the turn for the runner at second with 1 out. That is a mistake as the pitcher. You have to recognize that if you make the sure out at first, then there's 2 outs. It doesn't matter if the runner gets to third, because if you make that final out, it doesn't. Now all of a sudden you have runners at first and second with 1 away, and not only that, where you are in the order with Stanford, now Eddie Park has an opportunity to come up, Mike, if you don't turn 2 here. That was a early season fundamental mistake by Ryan Falks on the mound.
Leaves it at 1 out, and you're right. Everything you nailed right on the head, because now Cobb has to hit into 2 for the Titans to avoid the top of the order.
And that goes as a fielder's choice, but an indifference, not an out. To 1-6. Of course, 1 being the pitcher, 6 being the shortstop.
2 balls and no strikes on Owen Cobb. And he's starting to turn in an afternoon. 2 singles and a walk, his last 3 at bats.
That's good looks out of the 9 spot.
And that's after he hit the ball well twice but made outs early. 2-0, gets into 1 and rides it out to right center, and this is big trouble. And Nankeel can't get there. Bowser and Rios are going to come around and score, and it's a triple for Owen Cobb. Stanford back in front in the 10th inning, 15-13.
Well, Stanford rewarded the double by Drew Bowser. 2 RBI triple for Owen Cobb, and again, that goes back to the fundamental mistake on the mound in the previous at-bat by Ryan Falks, not going for the shutout at first.
Cost them 2 instead of 1.
Yep. Or with 2 outs on the board, you have a completely different approach to that at bat.
Could be.
And no matter what, though, Titans have to find a way to muster up the ability to get out of this inning.
And because there's only 1 out still, now they have to play the infield in, try to protect the 2-run deficit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be extra fielding practice for Ryan Falks this week.
Eddie Park at the plate. He has stayed in the game and now playing right field. 15-13. Breaking ball in the dirt, and it goes past Ehrman. Owen Cobb scores the 16th run for Stanford, the 3rd here in the 10th. On a wild pitch.
You only have a few years on me, Mike, but you and I we've seen quite a few baseball games in our time, I would say. With the way that the ebbs and flows of this game have gone in the later innings, I'm not exactly sure if I've been a part of something quite like it. It's
It's like a storm surge more than an ebb and flow.
That's a good way of putting it.
And Jason Dietrich is out of the dugout once again. He's making a call to the Titan bullpen. It's going to be easier to say who hasn't pitched today for the Titans than who has. 16-13 Stanford in the 10th. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin, 16-13, Stanford on top. And the Titans going to their latest arm, Carter Herrera, freshman out of Ukaipa. And he is the 6th, the 7th, 8th pitcher for the Titans. Pop-up left field corner area. Kobe Wallace brought it back from the stands, but could not hold on to it. And so strike one on Eddie Park. Stanford has 16 runs on only 13 hits. And they've turned out big numbers here late. 2 in the 7th, 7 in the 9th, and 3 in the 10th.
Mike, are you familiar with ChatGPT?
Am not.
The OpenAI source that is supposedly sort of taking over the world, where you can sort of ask it anything and it'll.
Oh, okay.
So I asked it just now to describe a baseball game as a chopper goes to first, taken by Connor for the sure out number 2, and I said, "Give me a smart word to describe the craziest baseball game ever played," and it came out with unprecedented. Though with the way the series has gone, I don't know if ChatGPT is right. I think we may have proven it wrong because it feels like there's some precedent for how this game has gone.
It's one of those games that you think, oh, 16-13 must be a great game. But there's been equal parts great and not so great.
Yep. It's sort of like a bulldog, right? Bulldogs are almost so ugly they're cute.
Yeah, right? This one is right. Yeah, it's so ugly it's cute. That's a good way to put this one.
No offense to all you bulldog owners out there. I'm more of a poodle man myself, but
when they talk about UGA from the University of Georgia,
right,
I always think that it's short for ugly.
Yeah. 100%. I like French bulldogs, by the way. I think that we all can agree.
2 balls and a strike on Tommy Troy. Ball 3. 8 pitchers for the Titans today. Stanford has also pitched 8 guys. Chopped off foul, and Stanford more or less kind of stuck with Montgomery now, just because of how many guys they brought in. I mean, they would have to have the pitcher in the batting order if we played on.
Well, the other thing too is the batters. Eddie Park stays alive, or Tommy Troy rather stays alive here. It sort of feels like the ability to throw 95 this late in the game, as a walk is drawn by Troy, that's the benefit, right? There's lethargy that sets into these batters, that they're sitting there, they're watching these long innings, they're participating, and all of a sudden you have to step in and face a guy who's throwing 93 to 95 on the gun. There's a bit of a psychological strategy to that, with Montgomery still out there on the Stanford side. Titans will have to wait to see him as this inning continues.
Carter Graham, a home run very early. Loud contact here into the gap in left center. Tommy Troy off and running. Guzman missed it in left center. And that allows Tommy Troy to score the 4th run of the inning, 17-13 Stanford.
Good.
11 runs in the 9th and 10th innings for Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford not playing with any lethargy at all. They're remaining square and stout in the batter's box. And that would hit him.
Montgomery takes the easy hit by pitch right there. Even though that front side is his throwing arm, he's got the shield, the Evo shield on it. Protects the throwing elbow. and he's on base, as Stanford now sends their 9th batter to the plate. Stanford pitching absolutely unraveled in the 8th inning, and the Titans, it's almost like they matched them in the 9th and the 10th.
4 hours and 21 minutes, Mike. 30 runs, 26 hits combined. I'm sorry that I brought this on us in the first inning when I said I was ready for it. I regret my words.
Malcolm Moore, line drive into right center. That'll score Carter Graham. Montgomery going to third. Nowhere to get it out. 18-13 Stanford with 5 in the 10th. And I've left that earlier talk in the first inning. You know, you talked about, what was it? You were ready for offensive?
Oh, yeah, I was ready for an offensive game.
Yeah. But later in the game, you said, we could, this is like a 25-22 game or whatever.
Right.
And I was thinking, there's no way we get to 25. We're getting pretty close.
Pretty darn close, my man.
18-13, Stanford on top. And the Titans going to their 9th pitcher here, as Carter Herrera not able to get an out. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Ripken, 18-13. Stanford with a 5-run 10th inning after they had a 7-run 9th inning. Unbelievably, we were going to play past 5:30 here today. Runners at the corners for Stanford. Josh Howard is in for the Titans. Made 23 appearances out of the bullpen for the Titans last year.
Taft High School alum out in Encino. Taft has a ton of notable alumni. Can you name me one, Mike?
Taft High School baseball alum?
Annie.
Malcolm Smith.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Michael Thomas.
Michael Thomas.
Gabe Papler. Jordan Farmar.
Oh, yeah.
Spencer Dinwiddie.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
Justine Bateman, Jason Bateman's sister. Lisa Kudrow from Friends.
All of them, wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty notable school.
And that's pretty diverse and through a lot of decades right there.
Ice Cube's son.
O'Shea Jr.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I remember the Smith, Steve Smith, the receiver from USC, and Malcolm Smith, who was Super Bowl MVP with the Seahawks.
Exactly. That was a really good one you pulled out.
Josh out outside with an off-speed pitch, 1-1 on Drew Bowser, who started this inning with a double down the left field line. And Bowser is working on his 7th at-bat, or 7th plate appearance. 2 walks, a homer, and a double. 1-1. High fastball got him. 1-2. Wes Clements, our friend who was behind us most of the game, he took off for UCLA to go maybe catch up.
Their game might
John
be over
Savage.
by now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was going to go and try to chat with John, the coach.
Right.
He ends up missing half the game here, and he left like in the 7th inning.
It's interesting it's interesting when you think about, now we're 4 hours and 26 minutes in. You could basically fly to anywhere in the country in that time.
Right?
I always talk about how I like my broadcast to be longer than my commute up from San Diego. This might be the first time ever that it actually is combined.
You actually made it worth it for you today.
Well, it's always worth it. I love it here.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Runner first. Moore goes. Connor throws it through Lada's glove at second base into left. That scores Montgomery from third. And it's 19-13 Stanford on top with 6 here in the 10th. Titans had chances to throw out 2 base runners at second base and missed both opportunities. Otherwise, this inning is over.
Yeah, not exactly sure the point of throwing over to first there with 2-2 count with 2 away, right? I mean, just focus on the at-bat. You're trying to get out of this inning of your 9th pitcher out there on the mound, but Stanford capitalizing on another fundamental mistake. And the crazy thing is if Brian Fox just threw to first base this inning probably would have been over.
Right, yeah, right. It's just a 4 spot or 3 spot.
Right.
Instead of 6.
Instead, he tries to make the tail at second the lead out, and it's just spiraled out of control since then.
2-2 as Bowser takes a look on ball 3. It was 5-3 Titans after the first inning. 6-3 Titans after the 4th inning. After the 5th inning, it was 7-4. Then it was 7-6 when Stanford scored in the 7th. The Titans looked like they put it away 11-6 in the 8th inning. And that was about anything but the truth as Bowser takes a walk on a full count because Stanford scored 7 in the 9th to lead 11. I lost count. I lost my train of thought right there. Stanford with 7 in the 9th. Led by 2 on the Titans. Titans tied it with 2 in the bottom of the 9th. And Stanford now has scored 6. So Stanford led it 13-11 going into the bottom of the 9th inning. The Titans tied it on the home run by Zach Liu over the baseball building. And Stanford now has 6, and they're still working here in the 10th.
And as the score increased, the attendance decreased.
That it did. People missed dinner time already.
There's a great Cuban food truck here. I feel like if there's extra innings, everybody should get a discount. Maybe not great marketing, but...
Are you kidding? It brings back the return customer.
Right.
I think you're onto something.
Okay, I'll hit them up on Instagram and see if they like my idea. I'll take 2% on the royalties.
Anybody who's watched the Wes Clements game, especially in the postseason when something crazy happens, you always say, is this the greatest game on earth, Roxy? It's the greatest sport on earth, Roxy. Because Roxy usually is Roxy Bernstein, right, his partner.
100%.
And so now he's not here, so now I can't turn around and tell him, see, Wes, it is the greatest game.
Wes might be able to make it back before the game is over and catch the final outs.
You're so right.
Yeah.
1-2. Hargis in this inning has a strikeout. He was the first out. He'll get on base on a hit by pitch. And it's almost unbelievable that the Titans just don't have anything to offer here over these last couple innings, as Stanford has 13 runs these last 2 frames.
Oh, Mike, I'm getting a call. Oh, it's for you. They want you to get out and start warming up.
I'll throw something up there.
Yeah, what's your repertoire?
Slow and slower. Yeah.
Ephus style?
Yeah.
I'm like Rick Barry at the free throw line from the mountain. I just go all under.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
that too.
More of a softball pitcher.
Alberto Rios, his batted ball was the one that the Titans should have turned into an out at second base. So that was now 10 batters ago. Swinging a foul away. So then the third out would have been Park. And Stanford would have been a 3-run inning if the Titans could have made that play back to second.
By the way, while we have an opportunity, we should shout out our crew. Everybody just staying with it. This is not easy for anybody. We have such a great crew. Tim Jackson, of course, our fearless leader. Dylan, our producer. Johnny on the replay, and all of our fantastic camera people. And this is tough. This is a grind, especially folks sacrificing their Sunday to be with us. Couldn't be more.
Another hard hit ball that goes right through the middle. Scores more. And right behind him, Bowser. And Stanford hits Blackjack in the 10th inning with their 8th run of the inning, 21-13 Stanford. I said Baker's dozen when we were tied at 13 after 9, so I had to say Blackjack.
I like that. So you made me hungry, and now I'm ready to hit the casino.
You can make it to Vegas in less time than it's to play this game. Still 2 out, 2 on for Owen Cobb. Swings on the first one. He had a triple to right center this inning. Checking around the Big West scores, UC San Diego got shut out by Tennessee out in Arizona 7-zip. UC Riverside lost again to Washington State.
By the way, our entire crew, Johnny Adriano, Dylan Vieira, Andy Acosta, Ross Madison, Kenny Nelson, Bryce Batista, Alex Lee, Andres Cabrera, Mike Martinez, and Jonathan Rifkind. Everybody.
I'm glad you got everybody in.
They all deserve it.
This is, you're right, not a super easy game to cover.
Especially at the end of a weekend, right? I mean, this has been a grind, and everybody's done such a fantastic job.
Tulane's coming here on Tuesday. I'm not sure if we're going to be done by Tuesday.
Yeah, they might have to push that game back to Wednesday. Tulane might be able to go celebrate Mardi Gras.
Yeah, right. And
yeah, Cal also for Stanford.
Cal on Tuesday for Stanford in a non-con game. Tulane got shut out twice this weekend at Irvine. 1-0 today. Also got shut out on Friday. Finally, the third out. After Stanford sent 14 to the plate in the 10th inning to score 8. And the Titans need 8 to tie and 9 to pull a miracle here in Game 3. Mike Martinez and Jonathan Rifkin, 8 to tie, 9 to, I don't know, if you're thinking about 9 runs in this inning for the Titans, God bless you. You have the faith of a child.
Ignorance is bliss, Mike.
Bottom of the 10th, 21-13, Stanford on top. Stanford with 3 touchdowns, Titans with a touchdown and 2 field goals, or 2 touchdowns and missing an extra point.
Yeah, and it's interesting for Montgomery out there still hurling away.
Facing Moises Guzman to start the 10th.
You know, he had to spend a lot of time just hanging out on the bench. First pitch was 91. That one elevated to 93. So we'll see as the evening drops now into the high 50s. If that has any effect on his arm here in the late innings.
Right, not a guy that's wearing sleeves because wants to feel kind of free in the outfield.
He's from Mississippi, though. He knows what cold winters are like.
Right, it gets a little chilly down there along the Gulf States.
I mean, if you're the Titans, you're still approaching these every single at-bat trying to get on base. It doesn't matter if you're drawing a walk, getting hit.
2-1.
Exude patience.
3-1. And with these big leads, there's a couple pitchers out here that, I mean, Montgomery might not necessarily fall into that category because he's more of a position guy, just kind of coming in throwing. Not necessarily that easy.
By the way, Court McDonald has taken the field in right for Stanford, and Gargis has moved to left.
I'm going to try to verify this with the binoculars. Eddie Park, yes, back in center. Gargis back in left.
McDonald.
And McDonald in right field. So
That's
yeah,
right.
Rios is out.
Your boy doesn't need binoculars. I have stat broadcast instead.
Well, stat broadcast actually was, I think, was incorrect in the 9th inning.
Yeah, it was.
Because they said
that Gargis was in left.
Center.
Or in center, right. Right.
And Saborn Campbell was in when Saborn was not in. They took Rios out. They probably didn't want to get to the point where Rios was going to be in the outfield. He just probably didn't have a lot of experience as a catcher. And so now that they can get anybody in, they've done that.
Not sure the approach here for Bobo. I know he's the guy who likes to really swing at almost everything, but I mean, you just saw a walk. Your goal is to extend this game. That pitch was high. Montgomery hasn't really found the zone here too much, so you're really just bailing him out.
Right, when you're down 8. Not a big reason to take early hats.
And that was the catcher's indifference to allow Guzman a second.
Absolutely. And boy, the Titans for 2 2/3 of the series pitched okay, and then it all fell apart. 7 in the 9th for Stanford, 8 in the 10th if you just joined.
And it all changed on a fundamental mistake on the mound.
Opened up the 8th inning, and like we went back and tried to backtrack, would have been a 3-run inning instead of an 8-run inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Strike 3 called on Bobo.
Umpire's ready to go home.
Angel Campos today has called now 226 pitches by the Cardinal, 233 by the Titans. A 460 pitch afternoon.
There have been 21 runs scored between the Titans and the Cardinal from the 7th inning on, Mike.
How many? What?
21 total runs combined from the 7th inning on.
That is like the 25-23 game last year,
right?
in the Pac-12 tournament when UCLA had 9 in the 9th inning to tie.
Now, we're only 4 hours and 40 minutes into this one, so we still have another hour to go to get to that game time of 5:44.
Right?
Only 4:40 in. I call double headers faster in this game.
The D2 7-inning doubleheaders?
Yep.
Ground ball to short. Cobb, a bouncing throw. Lotta almost had it beat out. Not quite, though. He's the second out.
Shortstop, number 34.
Guzman is now around at third base. And the last out, Titans were let down to their last out last inning, but it wasn't an 8-run deficit. It was a 2-run deficit. And we get Angelo Alleman, 6'3" freshman out of Maranatha High School.
South Pasadena
area,
Yep. Nice little school. Only notable alumni I can think of is Tyler Dorsey, who plays overseas. He went to Oregon with me. Played basketball there. Was a one and done. Mr. March, remember?
Oh, that's right.
The Final Four run.
Stanford quickly with Montgomery getting to 2 strikes here on Alleman. And Stanford is in position to win the series right here, with the lights taking hold here at Goodwin. Something we did not expect on this Sunday. Not on a clear day. Cloudy day, maybe.
Yeah, I could hear the accounting department here thinking that they had Sunday off from having to pay the electric bill.
Right? Wait, you turned on the lights?
You guys play a second game or what?
Alleman trying to do something in his first Titan at-bat. Down 2 strikes. The overthrow by Montgomery, 1-2. It's going to be like the shortest post-game ever. Shortest post-game wrap ever.
Should we do it now?
You gave the credits already.
Right, that's true.
There it is. Alleman strikes out. Montgomery blew the save, but gets the win. Stanford 21, Titans 13 is your final. In the 10th inning, Stanford scored 8 and win a wild one. Ends the first week of play. Stanford wins the series 2-1. Titans anticipate Tulane coming in on Tuesday. Stanford going home to host California. For Jonathan Rifkin and our ESPN Plus crew, I'm Mike Martinez. All games airing on ESPN are archived and on the ESPN app. And this has been a presentation of ESPN. Good night from Fullerton.
So once again,